Not yet. We're not, I just said begin it. I didn't intend for everyone to shut up totally, but I just like to bang on that. I learned from the governor to bang on that thing.
That's fine. Let's go. Yeah, you're in charge. Let's go.
I wouldn't start without Ms. Bell. We'd start without Dr. Mackey, but Ms. Bell's here anyway. As we convene the work session for the State Board of Education, we certainly appreciate all of those in attendance. We have a very active agenda, a lot of very special items. I read an article this morning that Trish Crane wrote about the scores and the literacy, and I think I shared it with Dr. Mackey. You probably hadn't had a chance to read it yet, but I'm grateful for the press and for everyone in attendance. This open meeting, this is a work session, but it's not as formal as a regular board meeting, and we do not restrict comments in this session. Without any further delay, and we understanding that we remember Dr. Richardson, as she's with family members. She called me this morning, as she's called several people. She's very attentive and responsible. And actually, somebody even brought an almond joy to me that was supposed to, she normally eats up for us. But she does, she will probably be viewing it. We do miss Dr. Richardson and her input. So without any delay, Dr. Richardson, it is superintendent's updates on the agenda.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Reynolds. I don't know, they have placed Dr. Richardson between the two of us, so we don't act up. So I don't see how it goes
One
today.
of us need to move over there?
Yeah,
Ms. Bell won't slap me if I do anything wrong, but she'll tell me.
on the praxis scores, that's just generally for your discussion. I was asked to put that on there. As you know, every year we publish a report that's pretty detailed about praxis scores. ACES, the Commission for Services, did a report, and they ran just a part of that, which was first-time pass rates. It's really just for y'all to discuss, but I will say just one thing of clarification on there. So that includes, now they are what they are, and I'm not making excuses for the institutions, but I'm going to give you an example to ACT. Let's say that if I'm taking let's pretend that I'm at high school junior again. It's hard to do, but let's pretend I am, and I take the ACT, and I report my scores to 5 institutions, but I go to only one of them, or I don't go to any of those 5. Then that's where this report came from. So these are self-reported scores. They're true scores about what the student scored, but it does not necessarily mean that that student went to that institution, because sometimes if they're a second career person and they go back and take the praxis. So for instance, if I have an English teacher and that English teacher wants to become a math teacher, they take the math praxis and they report the math praxis back to an institution, which they do, but they've not necessarily gone to that institution yet. So some of those, they're not exact. I just want you to realize they're not an exact match. It's true when they say that, only 78% of our elementary teachers pass the math praxis on the first take. Of the test takers, that is true. But it does not, some of those people did not even go through one of our programs. They were there, so the report does not necessarily match back to a program. I just want to make that clear. Now, still, that means that of our people who took the elementary math praxis, only 78% passed it. But some of them, again, had not gone through a program. It is concerning. Obviously, we want everybody passing the praxis. We've made that very clear. We even had a long discussion about whether we were going to temporarily waive the praxis. We decided not to do that. So that's not done. We do have the stipulation for 2 years, now less than 2 years, that people can make -1 SEM. That's not reflected in this report because remember, this is last year's data. But we do report that every year. We actually go further. We look at first time pass, second time pass, and then who passed on 3 or more attempts. But remember, all that we get are the people who eventually do pass. So there are 3 ways the data can be reported. And this will be the end, Dr. Reynolds, my opening comments on it. But one is the overall just pass-fail rate, which is what ACE's got, and you get that from the praxis, but it's not tied back to a particular person. The institutions can self-report the people who went through their programs and what their pass rate was, but institutions typically choose not to report that, and they're not required to. And then the third one is the report we get. And what we get is, we get a report of everybody who passed. So it's 100% because we only get those who passed. Now we know whether it took them 1 attempt to pass or 2 attempts to pass, or if it took 3 or 4 or 5 attempts to pass. We are able to capture that. But when we run that report, it usually doesn't generate a lot of discussion because if you say, what's the pass rate, it's 100% because all we get are the people who pass. You may say, well, why is that? Because all we get are the ones who are being recommended for certification. And they cannot be recommended for certification until they pass. So it's complex, but anyway, that's where that is, and I'll open it up for discussion.
Question. Since you don't get the data that don't pass, and the chart that's in the public domain, Dr. Mackey, lists a number of institutions, and I talked to the dean in my hometown, and he didn't dispute those results at all. Do the IH Institutes of Higher Education report to us, since we're a component in their certification, those that do not pass? Or how did this data come out?
So
How valid or representative this data do you think it is with your disclaimers?
what the institutions report to us is everybody who has passed, because we only get from the institutions who they recommend for certification. So when somebody signs up to take the praxis, their scores don't come to the department. They go to the institution. I'm going to let, they're wanting to talk, so if you let me, Dr. Reynolds, I'll let Denise Peacock speak.
I'm eating up my chair back here.
Well, when I said initially, this was an open meeting, and I sent data, any information I got, I shared with the deans, correct?
Information, I'm sorry, go.
I shared information on this issue that it was coming up,
Right,
and the report that's coming up, so please.
Dr. Denise Peacock.
yes. Happy to see all of you. There are some, I don't want to say misunderstandings, but there are some misunderstandings with this report that I believe I can clarify that will help everyone to understand a bit better. As Dr. Mackey said, we put out the higher education report card each year. That's our annual report card that's on our website. It's maintained historically year after year. With that particular report, it shows those who get a certificate in a particular area in the state of Alabama. So anyone that gets a math certificate, a science, etc. So the pass rate is going to show 100% because it is those that have finished a program, they've been recommended for certification, and they've received a certificate here. The purpose of that report is to look at those people who have successfully completed a program at an institution and determine whether it took them 1, 2, or 3 attempts on a particular test. So that's the purpose of that report. So it serves itself well for what it does. Now, anytime a person takes a praxis test and they designate Alabama as a score recipient, the State Department of Education, or if they live in Alabama, even if they don't put us down as a score recipient, the scores come in and they're part of their file. But they're not part of a reporting mechanism because they haven't actually gotten a certificate. So there are actually 2 sides. So you have the State Department side, where we pull our higher education report card data from those that are certified. And then you have the ETS side of reporting, and that's every person that has signed up, taken a praxis test with ETS, and they have designated one, the State Department of Education, because that's how we're going to get it, and then two, as Dr. Mackey said, they have designated certain universities to get copies of that particular test score. Now, that's problematic for a couple of reasons, because, as Dr. Mackey said, the person may or may not be enrolled in a program at that particular time. For example, maybe I'm thinking about an Alt-A program. Maybe I got a bachelor's degree in business, and now I'm thinking about going back and doing an Alt-A. I want to use a Praxis score as part of my admission requirement, so I have not yet darkened the doors of a university, but I want to use that as part of my admission. I'm going to go ahead and designate that university because that's where I plan to attend. But I've never been to the university yet, so that's one inherent problem. And again, these are self-reported, so you're relying on the folks as they are clicking through points and clicks on a computer. Whatever they put in is what they put in. I could also be in a situation to where maybe I did an elementary education degree at a university here in Alabama, went through a program, I was well prepared for that particular program. Well, now I'm going to try to add middle school math because I want to get that extra increase. I'm interested in math. I'm going to do that through certification based on tests, where I'm just going to take a Praxis test and I'm going to add that area to my certificate. Well, when I'm going through those questions with Praxis, because I graduated from University X with my elementary degree, I'm pretty likely to put that university down in that box, even though that has nothing to do with my middle school math Praxis that I'm getting ready to take. I'm taking that so I can add an area. So in those types of scenarios, the reporting is not accurate, for lack of a better word. It's just not. Now, we have had some discussions this past week with ETS, and there are some parameters that can be put in place in the future that I'm going to share with our institutions that I think will help this problem a little bit. And certainly when we see a problem, we want to look for a solution, and we have come up with some things that I believe will help to make the data more accurate. So know that that is in the works. We can't go backwards with what we have now, but I think we have some things that I cannot wait to share with all of you next week that I think will be helpful. But in light of that, there's just a couple of things I want to go through. So I've spent the last several days really looking at the ACES report. Obviously, when something like this comes out, as the assessment administrator for the department, it's concerning to me. And so I want to understand the numbers that I see here because they are vastly different from the numbers that we see here at the department and that we share with our institutions. So if you guys will just give me a couple of minutes, I would love to share some information with you. And I don't know if you have a copy of the report, but on page 2 of the report, it's the figure 5. It lists that only 6 out of 14 public universities in Alabama have a first-time pass rate above 50% for the elementary Praxis test takers. Well, when I first read that, my first concern was, well, which test? Because if you know Praxis Elementary, it's actually 4 subtests. There's the English Language Arts, which we don't use here in Alabama anymore, but we did during the time period of this particular pool. There's math, there's social studies, and there's science. So when they say out of the elementary Praxis test, that's my first question mark. What does that mean? So I looked at the report and I took one of the middle of the road institutions, one in the middle, and I looked at the percentage pass rate that was listed there for them, and it was listed as 46% pass rate for first time passing, which is concerning. So then I looked at the 4 subtests for that particular university, and I had 71%, 76%, 83%, I'm throwing out numbers, but all 70s and 80s on the pass rates. Well, even if you take those and you average them, you're nowhere near 46%. So then I have an even bigger question mark on trying to understand how this was reported, but this is not at all what I'm seeing. So I had to dig back through some dusty Dr. Meyer files. A little dusty still today from looking, but I did find the report, and here's where the issue is with this particular report. It lists, when they talk about first-time pass rate, it's looking at the 4 tests. So if you were not successful on the first attempt on all 4, then you're deemed a failure. So I may have scored a great score on math, science, and reading, but I missed social studies by 1 point. And at that point, I'm deemed in the failing category. So that's why the numbers are not matching up with what we have. So I did spend some time and go back and pull them by subtests. And so I looked at like all of the institutions, looking at just the reading subtest first attempts, just the math first attempts, and so on. In pulling that yesterday, like I said, I was here late last night because I wasn't going to sleep until I had these numbers, because I was concerned. For English language arts, if we just look at the individual subtests, English language arts, 13 of the 14 public universities have a pass rate above 50%. Mathematics, 14 out of 14 have a pass rate above 50%. Social science, 14 out of 14 have a pass rate above 50%. And science, 13 out of 14 have a pass rate above 50%. So the problem comes in when they're grouped together and you're looking at the first attempt on all 4 together. So I hope that clarifies that report a bit. I know that's a lot of information to give you, but I want you to have it because, again, it's concerning when information like this goes out and the numbers are not matching what we have here at the department. So I'm open for questions. I'm happy to help anyway, but I wanted you to understand the difference between what was on the report and then looking at each test individually.
Thank you. Board members, you have questions? I defer to any board member for asking.
Well, thank you for sharing, because if you had not explained it, it would have definitely been very misleading.
Indeed.
And so, it's unfair to the university as well as the students that you're speaking of, so.
It absolutely is. But this made me feel much better because once I did this, then I could make my numbers match. And they needed to match in my mind so I could sleep last night.
And once you,
Dr. McCall,
no.
sorry.
go ahead. Once you talk with the deans about perhaps a better way of reporting that's more transparent and it more clearly explains to the public, I think what's going on, would you come back to us?
Sure,
and tell
I
us? I don't want
definitely
to
can.
do it prematurely.
And I
before we
can
talk
give
with
you
them,
just some basic information. They don't know the information either, but there's a system within ETS's system, something that I wasn't even aware existed when I took this role over about 5 years ago. It's just never come up. So I didn't know about it, and I don't believe our institutions know about it, but they can go in monthly and they can look at the list of every person that designated their university. And much like we do when we're doing our Title II reporting, they can go in and they can remove anyone that is not an actual student enrolled. I had no idea that even existed. I apologize.
Is enrolled or has ever been enrolled?
Well, either, whichever way we decide to make the ruling, but I would say that someone who has been part of a state approved program there and they designate them, you would leave them, that would be my thought. But if they're, if it's someone that's taking it for admission or someone that's taking it for CBT, but they graduated from there and something, maybe they got a business degree from that university or they got even another education degree, but in a different subject area, they will have the ability to go in monthly, check those, remove them. And I think in doing that, it will help align what the department has on those that actually finish with what ETS has in their database for those that are actually associated. It's not perfect, but I think it's a much better method than what we have in place right now. It's just going to require a little more work on the part of the universities to actually take the time to go in each month, review those lists of those that designate their university and remove any outliers that shouldn't be there.
I think it's accountability, and we want to be fair
Right.
with that, but we also want the information.
Exactly.
So I appreciate it, once you discuss it with them.
Absolutely. We're working hard behind the scenes. We know the numbers need to be better. There's only so much we can do, but we are working to do everything we can to make the numbers more understandable, and we want accuracy because certainly they're working hard, our students are working hard, and we want positive things reflected in the media versus things that are not so positive.
When is your meeting?
We haven't, I just found out about this. I haven't even officially scheduled it yet,
Okay.
but it will be in the next week or so.
I think a bigger question that I have beyond the data is, are we having discussions with each other in these meetings about why our students aren't passing?
And I would have to defer that back to them, but I'm sure they
But
are.
I think, for me, that is a really big question, because I think we don't even actually see the total number of those that enroll in our colleges of education and never sit for the praxis. So I have a question about that. Why are they not pursuing sitting for the praxis? And then why, with these exemplary programs that have produced many, many, many teachers, why are they unable to pass the praxis? Okay, first time, I understand you've never seen it, it's new, but second and third, what is the discussion we're having among the deans about those that are not successful? And it's just a bigger question in my mind that just naturally comes up after seeing this reporting.
Absolutely, absolutely, and I can tell you those discussions are ongoing, so certainly there will be additional information that can be shared with the board at a later date, but they are well aware of those particular topics, and I know discussions are ongoing. That's a little outside of my area, but I know that it is happening.
Ms. Bell, sorry if you're finished. I didn't interrupt.
Great questions, several were already asked, but I do have a couple additional questions.
Sure.
One is a question that I feel like I would probably hear from a constituent, and you mentioned the 50% mark.
Mm-hmm.
How high are we? Just above the 50%? It still sounds really bad to me that many cannot attain a higher rate. And when I looked at the list, which once you see the visual, you start looking at your own district, you look at the college, the university you attended, you look at the universities that provide teachers for the most part, for your schools in your district, and part of a district that I used to have that's now in Dr. McCarty's area. And you know which one I'm talking about. I was actually surprised because I've been impressed with those teachers who have graduated from those institutions as well as earned master's and doctorate degrees. But it still concerns me because having been a part of the history of putting all of the assessments, the praxis, for example, in place, and all of the other tools that we've used through the years for teacher evaluation, that they, as Mrs. West mentioned, there has to be a problem. Is it organic from the standpoint of the entrance into the program? Because I know we raised that requirement, and actually the universities raised that requirement on their own for the most part. But there's some that have the reputation of teacher meals, which whether it's earned, I don't know, because I didn't attend those institutions. But we need to get to the root of the problem because, as you know, and that was my concern, that's why I voted against lowering the praxis. I have a real concern because I respect the profession, as all of you do. And teachers need to be respected, and that respect starts with becoming a teacher. And if they cannot earn that respect by even being able to fulfill the requirements, then we need to rethink whether they are ready for the classroom. And that's why we have, in the past, we've had a program where we could actually evaluate, and if we go back to the institution, which, as I understand, is still the law, where you have to guarantee your graduates. But from that standpoint, I think this helps, if anything, it helps us get down to the root of the problem. If you look at a law school and those who graduate have problems passing the bar, then there's a problem. And it doesn't help with their reputation, so they try to help boost that passage rate. But all of that is to say, when you say 50%, what does that mean? Is it 51%, or do you have institutions that are 75 or close to 100, which is where I like to have 100%.
Don't we all? Yes, and the reason I use the 50% is because that's what was used in the
Yes, I
reporting.
understand
So
that part.
I used the same language as what they had in the report, but I can tell you, there are quite a number that are well above that particular mark. For example, I won't bore you with all of these numbers.
It's
but,
not boring to me,
No, we want to
you know.
know.
But for example, the highest performing Alabama institution that was listed in the report, their first attempt pass rate for English language arts was 82%, math 85, social science 84, science 90.
Is that not school? Or is,
I didn't list the institutions on here, so I
Okay.
didn't want to call them out
Yeah, that's right.
individually,
I read it.
but I just looked kind of with
I
a
paid
list
attention.
yeah.
for
Well, I thought it was in
a
your district too, so.
for one that was in the mid-range on the report, so one that was kind of in the middle. English language arts 67, math 76, social science 68, science 69, so we're still close to 70 there. And that's on the first attempt, that's
Which
not,
is a real test to me.
Right.
I think that's where you want them.
right. So yes, we have quite a number of institutions that are well above that 50% mark, quite a few. That was just the bar that I used because of the language in the report.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Any other questions?
Well, it sounds like we need to consider really looking at curriculum alignment to really see whether or not what's being taught aligns with what's being tested. And that will give you a true picture of where we need to go. Because if you've got one university that's exceeding the expectations, then, you know, why can't we visit and look at the practices that they're using? You know, so that we can produce better results. And I know you're not a dean, I'm just, you're just sitting there.
You're teetering right outside of my edge. I can talk the testing numbers. I can't really.
Well, I'm talking as
They're all, I can
a,
tell you, they're all taking the notes back here.
well, as a
Yeah.
previous dean, that's my,
Yes.
my
talking.
thinking, you know, this may be a curriculum problem, you know.
Right.
We'll see.
Would
Yeah,
echo,
Dean would like to speak, Dr. Reynolds,
Sure.
that's fine.
let me, may I speak first, please?
Oh,
I would echo Dr. Chestnut's comments, because in my discussion with two of my deans, this is not our problem. This is their problem. It's our role to interpret the data in the teacher certification. And if in fact the deans, we use ACT as our problem, because ACT is a component in our graduation requirements, in our CCR requirements. So many of our schools start focusing on ACT early. Other schools in medicine, in nursing, and law, they begin to prepare their students for those exams. In real estate, you can take practice tests and other things. So I told my dean directly in a visit, because he asked to meet with me, and I won't interfere with the deans in their roles. I've been directed by enough of them to know and respect all of them. But the problem rises with the dean to do that analysis. It's not the State Department of Education, it's not even the state board. It's our job to interpret how that data comes out for them. And if they have students that are performing poorly, their course alignment and their preparation alignment is theirs, unless they want to make a case for us for the invalidity of the practice. Even the report that was in the public domain inferred that there was a high correlation between those schools that had higher ACT requirements than those that did not. And with knowing a little bit about interrelationships, that was a powerful statement that even Dr. Purcell made in talking about the validity of the practice, that he saw schools that had a higher requirement to enter, i.e. the ACT, seemed to have a higher pass rate. And I would echo what Ms. Bell said, 70% is not impressive to me. I want to see if you're producing numbers. I want numbers in the 50% is not impressive to me. I'm looking at 70% as a baseline that I want to see. And what would happen, I hope that we publicize these institutions, and I appreciate the press publicizing what we did not know, and that's why it's in the public domain, and that's why this board needs to review in consideration of whether we're gonna extend any latitude in the practice. And given what I see now, I'm not inclined to extend the practice at all. Personal view doesn't, not on the board. But I do think that the problem rests with the institutions, and I hope in my visit with my two deans, they acknowledge that they have a problem. And we will have a problem of how we interpret what happens out of there in our credentialing individuals.
Dr. Reynolds,
Yes, ma'am.
just to continue what you're saying, I did agree with the fact that, and it goes back to what I mentioned when I was thinking about the separation. One of the things that we emphasized a number of years ago on this board was the entrance, because frankly, when I was at Auburn, some of the students were considered to be, well, you went into education because it was the easiest. Not necessarily true, but that was the reputation for whatever reason. And which is one reason why I didn't consider it, and I selected a different major. But the fact is that it's like if you want to really work hard and you earn an ACT score of 30 or 32 or whatever is required to earn a scholarship, the preparation doesn't just start there. It builds, it starts even in elementary school, and then it depends on how many honors courses you take and how many AP courses you take, and all of those challenges that you face before you even set foot into the testing room for the ACT or the SAT. And so if you want to earn that, preparation for teacher, whatever college you attend, for the College of Education actually starts even, earlier than your senior year, for example, or even when you're on the campus and you decide that you want to, well, you go on campus with one major, and then you change to another major, and then you change to another major, which is quite common, especially your freshman year. But I think that's where these groups in high school help, I think, if we're trying to start recruiting teachers. But we need to start looking for the best students, and the entrance into the College of Education, I think, is as important as the exit where you take an assessment. And most professions have some, if you're going to teach aerobics, you have to take a test to be certified.
Absolutely.
And so the point is that it's important, but I think we, again, have to use the data appropriately, but we also need to find out, as has been mentioned, the root of the problem. And we need to start now, and it starts with this board, but it also, of course, even more importantly, starts in the campuses.
Absolutely. And in looking at the elementary, it's a little different animal, the elementary test, in the sense that there are those 4 subtests. If you look at something that just has one test for it, for instance, I'm doing biology, or I'm doing secondary mathematics, that's one test in one area, it's very focused. I think another battle, and this is just based on, the seat that I sit in, the phone calls and the emails that I get, quite often the mentality of students that are going through these programs, their thought process is, to take the bundle, to take all these tests together, it's a lower price. And they look at it like, well, I'm just going to go ahead and take the whole thing this first time. Hopefully I'll pass a few of them, the areas I'm stronger in. We all have areas that we're strong and weak in. So the mentality is I'm going to go ahead and take the whole thing on this first try. Whatever ones I pass, great. And then the ones that I don't pass, I'll focus on those and I'll retake them again, which is a fine strategy. But that also hurts the numbers here because, if I know I'm weak in math, I go and I sit for the bundle. I'm probably sitting for that bundle expecting that I won't pass the math on the first test.
And I think as we look, as the board begins to focus more on this, I think the institutes of higher education will have to take it more seriously. And as we are doing in K-12, we're helping to fund ACT. we have programs that are exemplary in ACT prep that Ms. West and I visited in New Fall, which we hope to replicate in some of the 25 million we're putting in our new budget and other activities. So we're doing, that's why I compare what we're doing in ACT and what the universities and education departments have to do on their own. I'm not going to take responsibility for that. That's the parameters. They're not under this board anymore. They're not under our control. But what's under our control is how we interpret the data that they produce. And as it becomes more in the public domain, then it's something that they react to. And that's what the dean that I dealt with. Some deans focus on open enrollment, take everybody, because they want equal opportunity, which is fine. But somewhere along the line with open enrollment, there has to be some discretion and some guideposts to allow people to progress, so that they don't end up in our classroom as substandard teachers. You had a dean wanting to speak. Somebody said something?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I'll speak for the deans.
Please come up. You're taking your lead.
Dr. Chestnut had asked about aligning the test.
Please introduce yourself and come to the table so I can hear you better, please.
Well,
Come down,
We can hear you. Dr. Chestnut had asked, and I'm Carolyn Corliss from Huntington, had asked about the alignment to the praxis with the content. We do that with our arts and science folks and, with our reading and all of that. One thing that I know that you probably already know this, but there's very few tests that the content is actually taught in the School of Ed. Mm-hmm. Your reading is taught in the School of Ed, your special ed is normally taught in teacher ed, and also sometimes, but not always, your physical education test is taught in the School of Ed. All the other tests are taught outside of the education department. So what we have done, I can speak for Huntington, and I know a lot of my colleagues do the same thing. We have met with our art and science faculty. We've taken the praxis study guide, and we've asked them to align the courses that are taught on the checklist with the content on the praxis. And they've done that. And also, we've asked at Huntington that our arts and science faculty take the test. I'll pay for it. You take it, I'll pay for it. So, that's another thing that we've asked them to do. And some of them have taken it. And they said that the test is so random, that, when they take a whole semester of like discrete math, and there may be one question on discrete math, and they miss that question, well, that makes it look like they don't know anything about discrete math. So, that's part of it also. So, but we are very concerned in our ed about the praxis low scores. And I think that we're going to see this trend for a little bit as people in these COVID situations are coming into our schools and, not having the background they need. And so I think we are going to see it for.
But you're accepted into your school. So what I'm saying is, as you accept students in, then it's incumbent on you to make certain those students qualify. Everything can't be blamed on COVID.
Oh, I agree.
I don't mean to react to the word COVID. I react to the word COVID. I did to my deans too. And COVID applies to all those schools that are tested, but there's a great variance in their results. So they all can't blame it on COVID. But I'm saying perhaps you should pay for some of the students to take the practice like we pay for ACT administration. Let's do comparability, because we, the state board, are responsible for K-12. And we're paying for the ACT at least once, and I am proposing we administer it a second time. At no cost to students.
We're requiring our students, we've started this semester, requiring our students to go to tutoring sessions before they take the practice.
That's a good idea.
So, we're requiring that because our scores have dropped, and, it's embarrassing really, and they've dropped. So we're requiring them now to go to tutoring sessions, to work with their faculty one-on-one and those type of things. So we're really trying.
Dr. Corliss, and just listening to the back and forth, I have just a natural question that arose. Are you aware of, or do you think that potentially, incentivizing the passing of that test for students could help? Say, if the institution agreed that if you pass it the first time, we'll pay for it, we'll reimburse for it. That could incentivize students to work harder. I understand it is an expensive test, and I think for special education, there are more tests, more sub-tests than there are in the other areas, am I correct on that?
Well, if you're speaking of, say, like collaborative special ed K-6, they would have a special ed exam, and then they would also have the elementary requirements too.
Right.
Because the two meet when you're talking about special education elementary
And so that
students.
becomes very, very expensive for the student, and I just wonder, I mean, I'm just sitting here thinking, would it help if the institutions agree to incentivize them passing? If they don't pass, it's on them to pay. If
And
they
that's,
do pass, maybe there would be some incentive.
at Huntington, we buy the vouchers, and we've aligned it to certain classes where we felt like that, okay, they've had enough content, and at this point you take it. Because before I got there, students were delaying the test. They didn't want to take it, and they were coming up at internship, and they were having to take all these tests at once, so that was not good. So what we've done is we align the test to certain courses, and this, forces them to take it at certain times. So we buy bulk vouchers for them for the first test.
Okay.
But I will tell you this, they are saying that, well, I just took it hoping I would pass. And because they think it's a free, it's a free voucher, I'm not having to pay for it, my parents aren't having to pay for it. And so that presents a problem also because, it's not coming out of their pocket. And we just wanted to see what it looked like, and then they'll take it seriously the second time they take it, so.
We face the same thing with ACT, to do comparability. We have the same problems. Some of our statewide scores on ACT are because some students don't take it seriously, which is one of the reasons I'm suggesting we offer the second time, because that first score can be a benchmark. But I'm drawing a comparability of what we in public education are doing with the ACT and the outcome for practice. I see some comparability. I may be off base, and I respect any rebuttal, but I think that's something, the attention, that we did not begin the attention to the practice score. We reviewed it a couple of years ago, but this public domain report with various information is something that I think we'll be looking at our staff to give us more up-to-date data for the kind of analysis and refinements that we're asking for. But it's on the table, and it's something we'll react to.
And I've always said that if we felt like AdTPA is a much better measure, because they actually have to know the content and perform, and that we're seeing is a much better measure to whether somebody's going to be an effective teacher or not than Praxis ever was. So that's.
The other comment I've had on the other side is that one is more subjective and more is objective. And I've been certified in other areas where I had both on-site observation and then had to pass a national exam. And all those exam scores were published statewide. And if you fell below a certain level in nursing, NCLEX, and I took that as a senior, which was not, so when the scores fell below a certain level, the institution got very, very serious about their scores.
Well, I hope the board doesn't think that the higher ed is not taking these scores seriously, because we really are. And we're concerned about them just as you are, so.
And the whole key to this is conversation, communication, communication, communication. So the more we talk amongst ourselves and the more and I applaud y'all for coming up here.
Oh, it's been great
It's
to
been
see
wonderful.
all
Maybe,
of
yeah.
And we know it's not an easy task to drive from North Alabama, even across the city, because I appreciate that too.
Anybody else have comment? Dr. Kennedy, do you want to comment? Or?
No, right here.
I don't mean to call on you, but I know you, she's head of the Dean's Association. We've communicated with each other.
Wayne.
I'm sorry.
Belinda.
I didn't see you sitting there.
Okay.
And you
If I
read out
understand
there.
correctly that the schools who have a higher than 50% rate are Huntsville, Auburn, Alabama, the University of North Alabama, Montevallo, and UAB?
Are you looking at the ACES report?
Right.
Well, again, after looking at the information that I provided today, I wouldn't go by that,
I was
to
gonna
be
say, they're
honest.
doing something right. Let's not go
Right,
back.
and certainly applaud those, they are definitely doing something right, but
There may be more.
there are more. Let me say that, like I said, I only pulled numbers yesterday on a couple, just because of the time crunch, but when you look at each test individually versus looking at it as one package, where you have to pass all of them on that first attempt.
Something else that concerns me is that we are considering letting other entities come in and provide different ways of certification, and these are for-profit entities, right?
They'll have a
Even if they're
practice requirement as
They're
well.
still for profit. Big profits.
Well, and they don't meet all the qualifications that the universities do, so how do you think that's gonna go?
It's a good
That's on the
question.
table for our consideration individually.
Yeah, that's a very good question. And I think we need to do some very careful.
Serious thinking about
Yeah,
that,
looking
if our
at that.
established universities are having difficulty.
Well, and it goes back to what has already been said. A lot of that needs to be worked out among those who actually oversee the programs. We approve them, and I trust the staff to do a very careful examination of each, and the information goes back and forth. I know it takes a long time to go through that process, and then they have, of course, accreditation and all of those things that they deal with. But yes, that should be a huge red flag, and that's a trend that's happening across the country. And we just need to be really careful about what we allow in our state. Yeah, and I said, you've already said it.
A few years ago, we changed our policy. Deans approached us, and we changed our policy so that we were no longer restricted to the rules under No Child Left Behind, where you could adjust your curriculum to better meet the needs of the students. I would urge the deans, if you see other areas where we can amend our policy to better serve our students who will become strong, quality, effective teachers, please share that with us. And we would love to dig into it and explore it. But we're all working together here. I don't want it to sound like we're working against each other, but we need to know if there are some obstacles in your way that prevent you from effectively serving your students, like there was under No Child Left Behind, right? And so if we can amend our policy, I repeat, please come to us and share with us, because our ultimate goal is the same. We want effective teachers in the classroom, right? And so that's our goal, and if we can help you to do that, then we certainly would love to hear your comments and suggestions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other
Thank
comments?
you guys for allowing me to clarify.
Anybody else that wants to speak to us? Anybody have any comments from the other board members? Okay, the next item on the agenda is legislative priorities, Dr. Mackey.
And we have Ms. Sanders and Mr. Johnston to come and discuss that. And just so everybody knows that Kelly Butler is going to be with us. She's coming at 1. She's driving in now, so we'll try to,
Maybe lunch. Lunch in
right,
between.
after lunch, right. Try to have lunch first and then
We're
she'll
gonna
be.
have that.
Okay, Wayne, thank you.
Y'all run me off because I didn't give you lunch.
Good morning, it's still morning.
Good morning.
So it seems like a very long time between now and March, because March is when the legislators come back into session, but we know that it will fly by, but I'm glad we're getting an early start on, let's talk about things that were left on the table last year, get some direction on what we'll do. We know that we expect caucuses to start coming in December. Let the legislators come. I think they'll start working stronger on their agendas, and we want to make sure your priorities are part of that, so where it can be. So we kind of thought we would just talk about, one, when y'all voted today on your budget request, just to give you guys an idea. With Connor, and has everyone met Connor? I was like, I think the first time he was here is when I actually wasn't, when I had COVID, so I was just making sure. But One of the biggest things that establishes board priorities is our budget request. And so all of those items that you have voted on, each of those, we are starting conversations on those. We'll continue to be in conversations about why it's important and the difference that it can make. So as y'all talked about the budget, we want you to know that we will continually echo that. Every single thing that's in there is a major deal. And we all know the outcomes that can come if some of those things that are in the budget actually happen. So that's what we consider to be one of, the largest priorities for the board is we'll echo all those things. And then we'll kind of talk about things left over from last session, let y'all have an opportunity to let us know where you want to see things go or what you did or did not like. We spent a lot of time at the retreat talking about first grade readiness, so I kind of feel like we can skip over that one. We talked a lot about that one and move on to some of the other things that we didn't. When we send out the weekly updates on legislative stuff, I know you may not, be inclined to read each and every bill. Connor and I are, we're reading them. This is not every education-related thing that was left on the table, but I think these were things that are connected to, it could just get picked up at any time and be something that, starts rolling. So we wanted to talk about it. One was micro grants to students. I think it's not a secret to anyone that school choice is something that gets talked about a lot. This was a bill that there was really no progress last year, but I could see a bill similar to this or something like this coming back. So if you want to go back and just kind of read that, things like this are a version of choice. When you're giving a student state dollars to do some kind of micro grant to get one of their course credits somewhere else and then come back to the school and apply that course credit to something there. So it's just, there was absolutely no progress last year. This didn't even make it on a committee or have anything. But I just thought, something that we didn't talk about last time, didn't know if y'all wanted to talk about that or.
Has the business community had discussions about this? Because micro grants are very, very important to business and industry. People that they can hire can come in and take a micro course once they're hired to learn a specific skill inside the industry. So micro grants are very popular from a business perspective. So have they advised you or talked to you at all about how this could benefit the education community, K-12?
No, we have not really had that conversation, and Dr. Mackey may have outside of us at some of that. But this one, I would say, I believed was more connected almost to the extended learning opportunities.
Right.
Because this one was largely connected to that, and this particular bill was for enrichment activities and programs. So it wasn't so much going to take your ninth grade science class, you go take it somewhere else and come back. I mean, those kinds of things happen, right? Like schools review transcripts all the time, recognize your credits, place you where you're supposed to go. But this one was more about the enrichment activities. And so maybe that's why this one, the conversation didn't pick up, because we were already looking at the extended learning opportunities, which was also about, enrichment and different things like that. So, but I think you're right. I'm not overly familiar with how they are in the business world, but that could be a conversation that we look into and see where it goes.
I remember we had a panel come and visit with us, and they actually mentioned microgrants in their company that they're using, or not microgrants, micro courses, short 6-week courses that they were having their employees take to remain employed to learn a certain essential skill inside their particular company. GEA Aviation comes to mind because they're close to my hometown, and so I understand that there's a lot of that going on in business and industry. A lot of times that trickles down to us, so maybe there's something we could learn from what they are doing.
Well, and I think too, it's a balance about promoting our schools programs while not excluding something else that a student might want to do. Because we know how, like you guys just talked this morning about, we want to promote our schools programs, especially within the career tech initiatives with CCR. Like, we want to promote all the things that the school offers, and we want to increase the offerings that are happening at schools. So that's probably the biggest investment and priority for us, is increasing all those opportunities for students. But at the same time, something like this could be needed when maybe you have 2 students in a school that want to do something, and 2 students' desire will simply not sustain an interest, or, you know, the school just can't do, like, no, we can't develop a whole program because 2 students want to do something. So I think that's where the balance on some stuff like this is for education. Now, for, you know, business community, it sounds like they have an interest in supporting that, but for us, I think our greatest interest is promoting our own programs.
Jessica, I would hope that that you're talking about, because my father was a small business owner and he was an engineer, and he had to compete with a lot of these big engineering firms who benefited from a lot of government subsidies and education, where the state was actually paying to educate their employees, where my dad, being a small business owner, had to educate and train his own employees at his expense, or his business's expense, which is fine, because that's what, you know, it's all American, and they thought that was what you're supposed to do. I think we need to be very careful about advocating for something that becomes, you know, they're good business and industry partnerships with public education, but let them provide those grants, because they're going to benefit in the long run, which is great, and ultimately the person who gets the employment, but they need to step up to the plate and train their employees. But the money could go into the public sector if they're going to train those employees in a public domain. But it also goes back to, when I was at Jeff Davis, we had all sorts of great opportunities for students. If we wanted to be on the school newspaper, or the yearbook, or we wanted to do theater or music or whatever, and that, I don't see that a lot anymore. And to benefit, I don't know what they're talking about as far as the cost of individual grants, which sounds great, and I'm all for helping individual students. But what I hear from parents, and I have a district that for the most part is very blessed and has a lot of resources, but the bottom line is there are a lot of students who don't have a lot of the advantages in my district that others do. But they try their very best to provide what they can, so that they have, for example, a high school or middle school that provides those things for students, where they can go to school and they can benefit from a well-rounded educational opportunity. I would prefer to see that going on in schools, not only in my district, but across the state, whether they're in Perry County or in Shelby County, which is in my district. I would prefer to put those funds where they can benefit the most, and in a way that's the most effective, not just to throw money in there, but to make sure that those students, because so often they don't know, and we don't have a right to channel them into something that they really, in the end, hate. They graduate and they've been channeled into a program that benefits, again, an industry, but it doesn't benefit the student. But if they have those opportunities to try out a music program or a theater program or a school newspaper or whatever, including that industry that's nearby, then provide those opportunities to the greater number of students. It sounds great, but I think it would have a limited reach ultimately, and it depends on who it ultimately benefit. Will it benefit the student, or whatever? And that's what concerns me. Yes, I think it's great, and we did that when we had the 2-year colleges with the technical programs. I advocated 95 for the academic. They didn't pay for the academic. The parents did, and the students did if they wanted to do dual enrollment. But we need to be really, really careful about what we advocate for as a board.
And I think what you're saying is, like, the decisions you guys have to make, and them, they want to make sure it's the most impactful thing, and
It should be.
so when it comes to the money, I think those discussions are things that they'll consider, just like you guys have to.
Yeah, I'm simply suggesting, I think there could be a model out there that we could learn from.
So we're
That's
just
all I'm
taking y'all's
suggesting.
comments down, so as we go over things that were left on the table last session, we're just taking y'all's comments down and going over this, so y'all feel free to let us, know anything on that.
I have a question.
Yes,
Will
ma'am.
this support the extended learning opportunities that we talked about several months ago?
I think it could, so,
Find that.
Okay, well, and I'll have to go back and look. I know that the extended learning opportunities, like what they are, but there was no real funding attached. So if this were to pass and have funding, they possibly could connect along the way.
I have a question. Going back to CCR, could this grant be used to help a student get a CDL license?
I will go back to
I
look.
think in the bill, it did say that the board specifically could make recommendations or list specific qualifications.
So you could put parameters on what
There's an
kinds of
age.
grants.
There may be an age component,
18, I think.
and that may be restrictive in itself, and including that in our curriculum, which is a component like some other other licensing. I'd like to use a comment on the first grade readiness and where the department is prepared or is preparing if this passes, because it did pass the House, and I was a little surprised it didn't have more success in the Senate. And I do believe it's coming up again from those persons from the Senate side who've commented to me, and Ms. Collins is here, I'm certain she'll be promoting this, or I believe she will be, I can't be certain, but
I think
discuss that issue, because I think that's coming.
I think Senator Singleton's words were, other stuff just got in front of the bus in the Senate on this one, when he talked to us about it before. So we actually, working in conjunction with early childhood, we believe that this is like having an assessment available for when a student who shows up and they've never been to kindergarten, they've never been to any program, so they show up and they are 6 years old, right? This is the first time they're coming to a public education. When they show up at 6, we want to make the school equipped to have a very simple assessment. It's not anything that we would have to invest a lot of money in. We want to work with early childhood to say, you know, we need to evaluate, can the student accomplish these things? If the student can accomplish these, then you talk with the parent, you work with it. That child entitled to go into first grade.
Do we have that assessment? Are we, on our side, anticipating this? I would like for us to be prepared for this to be enacted. Whether it's enacted or not by law,
Right.
it's something I think the board should look at in itself for its administrative code or for an implementation. Because I believe that, and I've said that many times on the board should be proactive and not just reactive. Because if we don't act, then sometimes we are not as happy with the legislature acting in our stead. But it's our responsibility to know, and I would hope that the department and under your guidance is prepared as though this were passed. So we're prepared
Yes,
to
sir.
move ahead, not with a delay.
Yes, sir. We have items now in existence that help kindergarten teachers know when a student has finished kindergarten, are they ready to be promoted? So we have items now that we would just almost repackage, to be able to distribute that out for this single purpose. One thing that might hold up, without this law passing, I believe the code section as it states now says that children, and it goes into if they're turned 6 years of age before this date, they are entitled to admission into the first grade in the state of Alabama. And so what this is attempting to do is this is attempting to make sure that when a child gets to first grade, they're ready for all of the first grade things that are going on. And like you all talked about before, promoting that can be happening now.
That's why I mentioned the code,
Yes, sir.
because I know what the code says
Yes,
now.
sir.
And I think that in order to be proactive, we need to be having evaluating and looking at a administrative code change.
Yes, sir.
So our law would preempt or resolve the issue with the input so that we don't wait for the legislature, because the administrative code becomes law. So why not show the legislature that this state board who wants to have responsibility are exercising that? I would like to see us look in the next few months, Dr. Mackey, a sample administrative code so we could begin to evaluate this specific.
Yes, sir.
I think in the process, we need to clean up the problem that exists in parts of my district and also in Jefferson County, even though it may be in Dr. Richardson's or Belinda's, this part of the Jefferson County that we all three split. I get calls a lot, though, from outside of my district in Jefferson County, I may not be the only one, saying that a parent will call me and they are being told that their child will be moved to the first grade, and the reason is because they can only fund kindergarten for 1 year, but the parent says, no, my child is not ready to move to the first grade. I know my child and the child's not ready. So this system moves the child to the first grade, which it doesn't make any sense, because if you want a child to learn to read, you make sure that they hopefully can read by the end of the first grade, not the third grade, but the first. And that would help if we had a funding mechanism to support those systems that only because of funding refuse to allow a child to stay in kindergarten where they need to stay. They may be immature, they didn't learn to read the basic part of reading, the foundational part, but the parent knows and they're begging a local system. So what they do is they end up, when they can, they sacrifice and send the child to a private school for kindergarten once again. And that needs to be cleaned up, because I know parents who certainly could not afford to send those children, so they've been helped with some funding. But that right there, before we do anything else to complicate the system any more than it's already complicated, we need to make sure that the basic things that hurt children in the beginning, in the foundational years, that we take care of that first. And that's one area where the legislature could certainly help us, local systems primarily, a lot in that case, where when a child, and there are many children who need to go back to kindergarten because they just are not ready to go into first grade. It's not any assessment, but you just know. And so that to me should be a priority for the legislature and for this board and any local system. And I understand, because apparently, they have that one time and that's it philosophy. That's wrong.
Jessica, we used to have bridge programs, and that would be sort of the program they had finished a year of kindergarten, but the teacher had used an assessment and just their own observations, and maybe in consultation with the parent, and said they're not quite ready for first grade, so we had bridge programs. I do not know if we still have those or not. I'd like to know. And then a second question or request that I would have, and this is, Dr. Reynolds, to your point about the assessment and being ready, could we go ahead and begin exploring, like vetting of possible assessments? And even if this doesn't become law, we have an assessment that we've vetted, we've approved, we're ready, and the schools can choose to use it, whether it's the law or not.
And advertise it for all the parents.
Well,
like y'all talked
exactly,
about, right? So
but
that
at
parents
least
know
we've
what to
already
do.
moved in place, because as
Dr.
it's
McCarthy,
written
we could
now, I
make
think
it
it
the
says
law.
we approve it. And so we
Yeah.
could
We don't need
go
a
ahead
law.
and, no, we
We can
don't.
make it the law with the administrative code. That's what I'm
Exactly.
saying.
Exactly.
We should not be just reactive and expecting the legislature to do it.
But the
Because
sooner
right now,
we get on this process
I
of
think
vetting the assessments out there, because there are some good ones and there are some bad ones. And I would like to get that moving.
And we also would have the flexibility if we find out that it's a bad one,
Right.
by default, we realize it's not a good one.
Yes, yes,
We
yes.
can change it, whereas if it is if the legislature does it and it's not in code, because we can change the code easily, but we have the flexibility to do what we need to do once we find out this isn't working. So,
See, our
Dr.
code now in entry relates to a date, not a maturity, not a preparation.
it's a
And-
principle.
And I think September 1 is the date, right?
1 or 30. I didn't look
think
at
it's
it.
1.
It's 1, yeah.
Because I had a child whose birthday was September 6th. And they wanted to make him wait a whole year. And we did an assessment process because my wife thought he was ready. And he seemed to do all right. Because they said, and I was superintendent, well, Dr. Reynolds, his birthday is September 6th and the cutoff September 1, which didn't make sense to me and doesn't make sense to me now, even though it was personal. but sometimes when we're looking at a code change that we seem to all agree on, that we need to look at that code about entry carefully and decide with total input and a board vote and public input in the interim period and make some decisions. Dr. Chestnut.
I have a question. I want to clarify what I'm hearing. Am I hearing you say that we're thinking of creating an additional assessment beyond what they're already taking with as required with the Alabama Literacy Act?
So this, in my conversations with Dr. Stritchett before, and I would need to pick it back up with Bonnie and our early childhood partners, this was something that they believed has already been developed. I guess it's one that we didn't buy yet. We just developed an assessment for your consideration and approval, like you would review to say, yes, we believe these are the items that can help. So this is not anything other than to help teachers and parents gauge where the child should be. Okay. So it's that kind of assessment, and it is, we have the items, but I don't know that it's been marketed that way by us, if that makes sense. Like you could put together 5 kindergarten teachers right now and they could tell you if a student can do these things, they're ready for first grade. Mm-hmm. And you could have first grade teachers tell you the same thing. But we just, there's no standardized or, anything like that. But those items are out there. We would need to remarket and package them as such for your consideration.
Dr. Jensen, I was just referring to, if the legislation passed where they demanded we do something, that we'd be prepared to act on our own.
Because the
not create something out of the box new, but to have a process.
Well, I guess I was thinking if we already have an assessment that we're using with the Alabama Literacy Act, I'm thinking about teachers, I'm thinking about kids. Are we filing an additional assessment, or can we use what we have so that they connect and it's seamless for the kids as well as the teachers? That's my
definitely underqualified to go into any kindergarten class and barely qualified to have done the Sunday school classes that I've done before. But I'm told that this assessment is unlike anything else because this one it allows a student to demonstrate other skills such as can they button their shirts? Okay. Yeah, like can they button the buttons on their shirt? It's beyond, but can they recognize the letter? It's something like it's a combination of those things. Okay. So it might be some letter recognition, but it is not a test of if your child can't read, they're not prepared for first grade. It's not that.
It's much more fun.
But I'm just hoping that we're not creating a conflict between what we already have developed, but this will just support and look at the total child. That's my question.
All right, we'll speed through some of the other ones.
So the next one we have is the Alabama Credential Quality and Transparency Act. What this would have done is it would have required all school students to achieve some sort of post-secondary education and workforce readiness by their graduation date. Might sound a little familiar because the state board does have an admin code that they're currently in the process of working through.
Out for public comment.
Adoption
in November.
I go back to don't pile it on it. Don't mess it up anymore. When you put these things in law, and there are laws that are forgotten, already. And we talk about that all the time in work sessions. Well, we already have that in place. Why isn't it being done? That doesn't need to be there. Don't add anymore. And our parents don't like it. There are a lot of parents who just don't even like the work keys, and that's a waste because that's not where their child is headed. But the bottom line is that, and I've got a lot of positive feedback when I voted against the CCR change too, and it was positive. But I just think, don't pile it on. If we're going to do something, let's focus on the charter school law, because we don't have any control over, for example, that horrible examiner's audit that came out. We can't close the school, and we don't really appoint anybody. I know there's that semantics issue, but we confirmed one of 2 names that are handed to us by 4 different people, and we don't have a choice. We can send it back, and they'll send us some more back, and that's it. But when and I had a long conversation with my friend Dick Brubaker about it. He sent me, the audit before it was actually publicly released a couple of weeks ahead of time, before it ultimately hit the press. But the fact is that it's bad, and I asked Dick, I said, I'm gonna close it. What are you gonna do? And then I find out that the department loaned money. You don't reward bad behavior. And then you don't allow a school that serves children to read in the newspaper that the people who are the administrators used money to do things they weren't supposed to. I mean, what a horrible standard that you set for children. I mean, the whole thing is anyway, whatever they're doing in the classroom is destroyed by the behavior of bad adults, who are not adulting, whatever that expression is. They need to go, but the worst part of that is, then they say, well, we're gonna ignore the fact that they spent money in ways that they shouldn't have.
And incidentally, if I'd done that, the Ethics Commission would have eaten
Well,
my
they
lunch.
should.
And may yet.
That's the thing, that the whole thing is just, it's so messed up. That charter law needs to be, you either let the legislature and those 4 people, let the legislature confirm, do the Senate, let them confirm whoever is recommended by the governor, lieutenant governor, speaker, and pro tem. But then put us, because it's always, well, the board appointed them. No, we didn't. That's why I abstained. And the only person I ever voted for was Dick, because I've known him ever since he was.
And his term's expired, but hasn't been replaced.
And hasn't been replaced, and I said, just make sure they don't replace you beforehand. But that needs to be cleaned up. And it's not Logan. Logan has done a wonderful job. Her staff is incredible. She has a mini staff, and she has to deal with a lot of different problems that are new to the state, and she's handled them quite well. And I said before during our retreat that all I have to say, because somebody said, well, do you want me to have you on the line? I said, no, I don't need you on the line. Just call Logan and talk to her. But that needs to be redone, and we don't need to be the ones where we can't do anything about it. But I am not real happy about the department, giving money to support a habit, a bad one. And so from that standpoint, that's where you need to focus with the legislature. Don't put it on us. We get blamed for everything when we don't even create the problem most of the time.
Since you're here, are those recipients of the legacy, since they're LEAs, are they subject to the Ethics Commission investigation or rules?
Sure, oh, yeah.
So if I decide to file an ethics complaint as an individual against the board of that group and the individual, I can do that?
Yes, sir.
I think that's gonna happen then.
They're subject to open meetings, ethics, things like that. I can't buy gift cards, could not, in my superintendent, and have birthday parties and stuff like that.
Well, you wouldn't.
No, but I wouldn't, but there was also provision, if I'd done, there was some response.
Yes.
So we could, an ethics complaint could be filed. All right, thank you very much. I was asking that.
I think the Ethics Commission would say that they take complaints on things that aren't even ethics. I mean, like, they take complaints on anything. There's not I don't think they refuse complaints.
I thought I saw the head of the Ethics Commission at our meeting this morning, so that's what brought it to my attention. That's a good avenue that we have, and this provides for governance that apparently Rachel Riddle can't figure it out. Maybe they can.
Okay.
Can I go back to CCR?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I live in a very diverse region, and my city school systems, who have a nice big pot of local funds, they have no problems with that. In fact, they're already doing that. Their graduation rate and the CCR rate match. I mean, they're able to do that. Mm-hmm. And then I have very poor rural areas, and I had she's actually a special ed supervisor tell me the other day. She said, if y'all pass this, we only have one career tech teacher. Mm-hmm. And I'll tell you what I'm going to do. She said, we will not let you keep our slow students, especially our special needs students and EL students, we will not let you keep them from graduating. And I never like it when a constituent talks to me like I'm the enemy and I'm trying to make them do something bad to them. But this is what she said, and it makes sense. She said, I'll come up with a course that those children can take 3 years in a row, and I'll come up with a teacher who will pass those kids, And she said, I know that's not what the resolution is meant to do. It's meant to actually help children and help them be prepared for college and for work. That's the meaning behind it. But that's how it's being interpreted into areas that don't have the funding and don't have a career tech school on their campus. I didn't know what to say to her. And she said, I don't usually lie. I'm a Christian and I don't cheat and lie. But I'll tell you, if you try to stop my children from graduating that are trying as hard as they can and barely passing, I will cheat and lie for them.
I don't wanna close off comment.
I would like to on that, please, sir.
No, I know it, but I will tell you one thing.
It's a
You're
game.
you're in your lunch 45 minutes, we're gonna reconvene. So y'all discuss, excuse me, jealous, I was warned by my pro tem, she showed me her watch,
She's a
so.
good one. She's a good one.
I can follow up with you on that. There's lots of talk about how special education students who already have transition plans, their transition plans in their IEPs or in their plans, that needs to be developed into a program to help them graduate. So yes, we'll talk.
When she gets finished.
We can close up, and most of all these other things we have, addressed a little bit.
We can bring you back next month.
Yeah, absolutely. We sent you home with this, that Connor prepared.
Just a little flyer, nice and pretty.
We know school safety is coming up. We know that topic is out there. And it's a priority of yours. You know, we've asked for money on that to show how important it is. The Safe Council that the governor convened a couple of years ago, they had 10, is it 10? Yeah, they had
Yes,
10 recommendations.
And we've sort of broken them apart into like 3 different sections. 7 of those 10 recommendations have already been fully implemented. And basically what we have here is just a sort of front and back 1-pager progress report to show you what the recommendation was, the status of its implementation, how it's being funded, and just a few little details for you on the end of it.
Well, each
The
of
how
us,
it's being funded will help you guys and legislators, because when they see, okay, this item is only partially funded, this is how schools pay for it now,
So
this can help guide conversations
Yeah.
on where we go forward.
well, each of us,
And it's easily,
whether we acknowledge it or not, are in the political realm. And we're gonna have a work session or a training session closer to the start of the session. And I'm certain we'll all be involved, and thank you for your data.
Thank you.
We're in recess till 1 o'clock.
Connor, thank you.
Yeah.
Two. Even there is objection. We will begin the meeting because Ms. West has told me it's 1:02.
That is correct.
I hope you all had a nice break or lunch or both.
Thank you.
Without any delay, we're so privileged to have Ms. Butler here and proceed.
Thank you. Would it be all right if you all introduced yourselves to me? I'd kind of like to know.
I'll start. I'm Wayne Reynolds. I'm from Athens, Alabama, North Alabama,
Okay.
and I'm State Board District 8.
Tracy West, I live in Auburn, Alabama. I represent District 2.
Tanya Chestnut, I represent District 5, and I live in Selma, Alabama.
Linda Gray, District 7, I live in Hamilton, I represent Northwest Alabama.
Cynthia McCarty, and I live in Northeast Alabama.
I'm Jackie Ziegler, District 1, I live in Mobile.
And I'm Stephanie Bell, and I live in Montgomery, but my district goes all the way up to past Mountain Brook in Jefferson County. So, and I'm not the oldest, but the longest serving.
I'll give you the oldest. I'm the oldest. Thank you very much. Now, Ms. Butler, would you introduce yourself?
Thank you.
Because you're from Mississippi,
I
right?
am from Mississippi,
Bless your
though
heart.
I have to tell you, I am a graduate of the University of Alabama.
Roll Tide.
Oregon.
And generous and friends and and my degree from the University of Alabama has served me well, so thank you to my colleagues here. I am with the Barksdale Reading Institute. We are an organization that has been around since 2000, the year that the National Reading Panel report was published. So we hit the ground running in Mississippi to try to embed science of reading at every level in our system. We have the generous benefaction of Jim Barksdale, who is a native Mississippian and was the CEO of Netscape, and also worked for a time in FedEx, really taking that company global. And so we have had the privilege of deep resources to be nimble and to work side by side with our State Department to try to shine light on problems and try to solve problems. And we have done it with a lot of partnerships through the years. We will be sunsetting at the end of June, and I need to be clear about what that means. When Jim established the Institute, it was never his intention for it to be a permanent institute. He really wanted to invest $100 million seriously, spend it out over time, and it's been well over $100 million now as we have done this work. When we hit the national average for NAEP, he felt like that was about as good a metric as any to begin to think about when we would close our doors. So we have developed a lot of models and projects with partnerships both inside and outside of Mississippi. And so I'm spending a good bit of time right now closing out some of those projects, but also handing them over to other organizations who we've been partnering with. One of those, which is of significance and also Alabama now, is the Path Forward, which is an initiative that the Barksdale Institute initiated. It grew out of the interest that states had about the work we were doing in teacher preparation. That is now being turned over to the Hunt Institute, which is a good organization in North Carolina, which we have been partnering with for some time now on that project. We are in our second cohort of the Path Forward, and I'm happy to report that Alabama is in that second cohort. There have been six states ahead of you all, and you will be joining 5 other states for cohort 2. So the purpose of that that particular project has significance for the work you all are doing here, because it was really designed to bring all of the folks who have accountability for early literacy together to figure out how to do it state by state, as you all are doing it now, which is to say that there are roles that the State Department has, and the State Department has a lot of authority about that. that we need to bring higher education to the table and talk directly to each other about what's required for teacher education, specific, as it relates specifically to reading. Also by design, those teams include state legislators, school board members, the governor's office if the governor is involved in promoting literacy as a priority, and philanthropy if there are others in the state, like Barstow was, that are trying to move the needle on early literacy. So I really wanted to begin today by sort of casting that net wide, because I think that the work that is before you really is going to require holding hands and collaborating, which what used to be silos where we didn't talk much to each other directly. I also want to say and express appreciation to the deans, and I guess I have some here.
Yes, you do.
For their cooperation. This is not an easy thing to undertake, and it is also, it doesn't make me always popular. But I have to say that the Alabama deans, without exception, have been cooperative, as have been their faculties, and we enjoyed working with them and getting to know them. I sit here today representing a national team of 20 folks from around the country, California to Connecticut, who I assembled to really help with this project. It was a big project. There are times where I wasn't sure what I'd actually tied on, but I was able to tap into some of those relationships we had built over time. That includes really the top-notch folks in the reading science. Many of them have produced textbooks that your universities are using. And I hope that one of the legacies of this project going forward would be continued relationship with those experts for you all. They are all eager to continue their work with you in Alabama as resources. And so I hope that in developing those relationships, that will bear fruit down the road. So before I launch into this, I only have 6 or 8 slides. I'm going to be pretty short and sweet, I hope, and happy to entertain all your questions. Dr. Mackey, is there anything you'd like to say before I?
No, ma'am, you're good. Keep going. She's been great to work with, so I love working with her.
Good deal. All right, so we began really with 3 essential questions that had to do with how well the 9 hours of reading, required reading courses were, how well they were aligned to the science of reading. And we're going to talk a minute about what that means, what the science is and what the alignment meant. One of the things we discovered early on is that there were more than 9 hours. As we began this and began to, the State Department asked for syllabi from the different programs, it was pretty clear early on that many were doing more than 9 hours. And so the work automatically became a bigger task than we thought. We were also asked to look at all 3 programs where they existed. Not all universities have all 3 programs: early childhood, elementary education, and special education, both at the bachelor's and at the master's level. So that's a lot of syllabi. And I want you to think about it in terms of, as you look at these charts and try to get your head around what they say, that what you're looking at are actually individual courses. Our goal was not to rate or rank or score programs. That was not our job, nor were we equipped to do it. Our charge was to look at the coursework and determine if it was aligned to the science. That coursework involved both the syllabus of each course as well as looking at assignments and exams, interviewing faculty, interviewing students where we could, and trying to paint a full picture of, because not everything you know about a course is written in the syllabus. Though, I will say that one of the recommendations I would make is that a syllabus, while it doesn't tell you everything, and we've learned certainly this from the National Center for Teacher Quality's work, that a syllabus should be able to tell you pretty accurately what's going to happen in a course, and you can't always predict everything that's going to happen. But it should be a good roadmap, and there's some good resources now that didn't exist when we began to do this work through the Calder Center that help programs really look at to map out a total sequence of course hours that I think is really useful, so that you know over the 9 hours or however many hours it is, you are covering all the competencies that an effective teacher of reading will need. So the 3 questions really had to do with what was in the syllabus as it was aligned to the Alabama Reading Act, and you all have been really clear in your act about what that constitutes, and so I applaud you for that. What does evidence-based literacy instruction really mean? And we also know that we know a lot more about reading science than reading instruction science, but we are learning, and there are things we do know about evidence-based instruction that we were looking for in these courses. And then third, we were looking for opportunities for candidates to connect their practice, what they were learning, to their practice. And we did that in a couple of ways, by looking at their instruction, by looking at the assignments that they were given that actually took them from the theory of reading into practical application of reading. So those were the 3 essential questions that framed the entire study. And let me invite you all, if you have questions, to interrupt me. I don't want to miss something or for you to forget something as I'm going through. If it's cogent to where I am on a slide, please don't hesitate to interrupt me.
Dr. Bradley, can I ask just a clarifying question about the syllabi? Did you review generic syllabi, like for a course from a college, or did you look at every single professor's syllabus? If like multiple people were teaching the same course.
Good question. We invited the institutions to submit a syllabus for that course. So
one.
Yeah. Now, in a couple of cases, we did interview more than one, particularly if the faculty felt like there was a difference among them, significant difference.
I just want to clarify.
But that was really up to the individual programs. Good question. Thank you for that. Okay, so you all know well what the Alabama Reading Act requires. What I want to say is this left-hand column was really the framework that we used to look at every aspect, the course outlines, the course syllabus in our interviews. That first block is all about the science in terms of things that don't necessarily fit into one of the components of reading. And so we lumped it together because it's really the backdrop that supports how we teach all of those other elements. And it included things like the conceptual models, which you will see there on the right is the simple view of reading. I don't know if you all have all had a crash course in the simple view of reading, but I try to teach it everywhere I go, and then I try to ask people to go home and teach it to their spouse and their dog, and whoever will listen, because I think it's really fundamental. It is unequivocal. It has been corroborated for 36 years by other science. And when I say that, I mean gold standard science that has stood the test of time. Doesn't mean we're not going to learn new things about it, but its attempt, the purpose of it, that seminal study by Goff and Tumler in 1986, was to really answer the question, do you really need to have phonics in order to read? Do you really need to be able to decode? This was at the height of the whole language movement, where we were using a lot of other methods for kids to learn words. And we have California to thank. We know we have California to thank for a lot of things that we haven't done very well, and it was alive and well. But the purpose of that study was to determine once and for all, do we really need to know how to decode words, or can we simply pick it up over time and by immersing kids in books? And it definitively determined that. So the formula that you see is word recognition times language comprehension equals reading comprehension. And the reason there's a multiplication sign is that one diminishes the other if it's in the negative. So if you know anything about math, and I know a lot more about reading than I do about math, but if you have less than one and multiply it by another whole number, you're going to get a diminished result. And so what that determines is that you've got to have both. You've got to have strong decoding skills as well as language skills. One cannot compensate for the other, but there's a lot we can do to remediate and make sure kids have good, strong reading skills. When we have kids who have deficits in both areas, we generally encourage teachers to start with the decoding, because you can't put meaning to a word until you have decoded it. It doesn't mean that phonics and decoding is more important, but it means it's pretty foundational. We like to think about word recognition as a finite skill, which means there are certain generalizations and rules we learn about how to decode words that we master, and then we can go on and forever read to learn. Language comprehension is much less finite. We never have a cap on our vocabulary, which is where language comprehension fits. So we're always building, even as we are getting old, we are building our language.
No, we have to relearn the words that we forgot.
Right. So, the arrows on the left-hand side of that chart point to early orthographic skills and morphology, and I wanted to point those out because they are not listed in your act, but they are really critical reading skills. I'm not suggesting you open that legislation and redo it. I'm just saying that those are
Thank you very much.
those are important skills, and they are somewhat embedded in the others. No program is penalized for overlooking those because it's not specified in your act, but we were looking for it and we did point it out when we found it or when we didn't find it, and just to encourage people. One of the things that we are learning more and more, morphology, about 3 or 4 years ago, phonemic awareness was the rage because people were really just learning about how important that was. Morphology is the new rage because it's really not well taught, and we don't understand much about it, and typically there's not a lot of preparation around the structure of the English language and the history of the English language, which is something that we're trying to build more coursework around because it's really important for teachers to understand why the English language is so hard to read and teach. So, so those are 2 areas that you may want to be thinking about. Any questions about this slide? Okay. This pie chart is, I want you to remember, this is not courses, this is not institutions, this is syllabi. There were 128 out of 133, and the several that were not had to do with some incomplete information. And so this is a statewide report we took. That graphic on the left is trying to suggest that we took all of the syllabi, put them into one big pot, and then looked at them as a whole state. So across the board, in all courses and all programs, what percent is being devoted to each of those categories, which was on the previous slide. And then the end number you will see in the right is a number that represents the number of syllabi. The one correction to this slide is that morphology should be 8. One of the institutions, and I should have said this earlier, we gave the institutions an opportunity to give us some feedback on the report, correct any inaccuracies that they felt were really missing or things that we've missed. And one of the institutions pointed out that we had not found morphology in their coursework, and it was an oversight on that part. We didn't find it specifically in the syllabus, I think is where it was, but it was clearly in the textbook and it was covered. So, except for morphology, this is an up-to-date chart. The red pie piece is the 15% that is not evidence-based. So what we found in that particular area are things like places where the queuing system is still being taught, or some of those non-evidence-based things. But 15% across the whole state that's okay. I don't have any complaints about that. And we've pretty much pinpointed, where those are. But again, these are all the syllabi. These are not institutions or courses. This is what we saw as kind of as a bird's eye view for the state. Okay, so there are 9 key findings. I'm going to go through the first 2 in more detail than the others, and then we can open it up for discussion. But again, if you have questions as I go along, please don't hesitate to interrupt me. Again, this is a syllabi chart, so it's not that 50% of institutions, but 50% of the syllabi that we reviewed were inconsistently aligned. Now I want to talk a little bit about how these ratings, if you will, or categories is probably a better way to put this, were determined. We were looking for alignment in the coursework, in the textbook, in our interviews with faculty, in our interviews and understanding with the students themselves, the pre-service candidates themselves. And we were looking for all of those elements depending on what the course was. So for example, if the course was about phonics, we didn't penalize the course for not having vocabulary in it. In fact, we would say that that was out of scope for that particular course if it was being dealt with somewhere else. And so we were really looking at what the courses were designed to do and whether or not across those 9 hours we found what you all have asked for in the Alabama Reading Act. We gave wide berth to that inconsistent category, which is why it's so large. We really wanted to give credit wherever we found movement. And then that was another thing that was challenging about this review, was that there was a lot of movement during the review process. So we started out with some institutions reviewing a set of syllabi, only to have new syllabi show up in February. And so we had to stop and go back and re-review. And so that was a little confusing along the way, because we wanted to make sure that we were giving as up-to-date snapshot as we could of what was happening, even as programs were really working hard to make changes to be in alignment. So while that inconsistent number is large, what it's suggesting is that among those syllabi, there is some piece of it that is aligned. It's just not everywhere. Let me give you an example of what inconsistent would be. That there might be a textbook that's totally out of alignment. It may have been an old textbook, but they were still using it to some degree, even as they were introducing new research and new studies and new practices. And so that would create an inconsistent alignment. And I think one reason we pointed those out is that it's confusing to candidates, is if this is the textbook an authority or is it not an authority. We did a deep dive on textbooks, and it's one of the recommendations we make. I'll talk about that one in a minute, but we've learned a lot about how much a good textbook can help versus one that's not well aligned. So 16% or 21 of the total syllabi that we reviewed were not aligned, and that meant that there was no evidence of the simple view being taught or understood, even if it wasn't explicitly taught. We found some courses that were still teaching the queuing system, and so those courses were clearly not aligned. We had good conversations, as I recall, in those with those faculty. There was real earnestness that we found, and we reported this at the end of the institutional reports. Even when we found several courses not aligned or inconsistently aligned, we found real positives every place we went. And we really tried to end our reports on that note, which is to say we recognize how much you are trying to find alignment and make alignment. And so while I know that some are not happy with the reports as they've turned out, I would say from my point of view, there is real encouragement and real movement happening, and I think you all are very much on the right track. 11%, 14 of the syllabi that we got just didn't have enough information, and we gave feedback about that, but we really didn't feel like, while we could have erred on the side of tougher scrutiny and said there's not enough information, therefore it must not be aligned, we didn't feel like we could make that call. And so those are probably syllabi that need to be reviewed at some point. So that's how this sorts out. Any questions about this chart?
Dr. Butler, have you received addendum from one of those schools that are in this statement? And will there be a follow-up report including that additional information?
Yes, sir. Good question. We did. We invited all of the programs to review and give us feedback, and we incorporated an addendum, Appendix D, I think it is, to there were about 8 institutions that had corrections or feedback that has been appended to the report, and we went through with the fine-tooth comb to say we accept this, we acknowledge this correction, or here's why we think that this still stands. And I appreciate the depth with which programs went through went through the reports. It didn't change any of the alignment necessarily, again, because that inconsistent piece of the pie was so large anyway, that it didn't change the ultimate outcome. But we hope that we have been responsive to the programs, and I hope they feel like they were heard, because we did take what they said to heart. So thank you for that question. All right, I said earlier, influence of textbooks. We have reviewed 93 textbooks. This was a very, very deep dive. We literally went through every page and every section of a textbook that had been assigned for reading. So in some cases, the entire textbook was used in a course. They devoured it across the course of a semester. In most cases, they had sections or certain chapters that they were assigned. And so in those cases, we only reviewed the part of the textbook that candidates were actually assigned to read. There is, as you can see from this chart, there's a big range of textbooks out there. Having done this now my first study was done in 2003, there are textbooks out there that were bad in 2003, and they have had 14 more editions, and they are still bad. I joke about one of them where literally the only thing that's changed in the textbook across those 14 editions, and it irritates me because of the amount of money that pre-service candidates have to fork over for textbooks. The only thing that's changed is the hairdo of the author. So there, that textbook.
Must be a female author. Men don't change their hair.
Yes, they do.
There are some, the good news is there are some really excellent textbooks out there, and we saw them across many programs. So some of, in the statewide report, I think you'll see some of the textbooks that were most popularly used. And the courses that were most aligned, the syllabi that were most aligned, were using a handful of these really good textbooks. So, but they can be a driver of a course, for good or ill. We think that there's some really good ones out there that are worth, framing courses around, because they've been thought out and they've been designed for pre-service candidates in that level of work.
Do you identify those particular textbooks that are particularly non-conforming?
Non-conforming? Is that what you said?
Yes, the ones you said that had 18 editions and only changed with the hairdo.
I'm a little reluctant to do that off the top of my head.
There's an
in-depth appendix to the statewide report of every textbook, and gives an explanation of what we found.
Thank you.
So,
And did you recommend to the institutions that they adopt the strong textbooks if they were not, some of them probably already had them,
yeah.
but if they did not, did you make that part of your recommendation to the individual schools?
Yes, we did not recommend specific textbooks,
But just the.
just to say, here's some that are more aligned, and here's why, or the one you're using, there may be sections in it that are much stronger than others, and so we tried to really parse that out as well.
Were they receptive?
You said it was in the appendix?
I think it's
to the very.
Page 40,
Yeah.
42, 43.
42
Yeah.
and 43.
Starts with 42.
Let me also say that our review of textbooks was specifically and explicitly just around early literacy and their alignment to the science. There are many textbooks that have good chapters around parent engagement, or have good chapters around reading related things, but that may not have been aligned to the particular course that we were looking at or the objectives for that course. So our effort was not to provide reviews, public reviews for these textbooks as a whole. It was simply to look at the alignment to the science. And I wanted to be clear about that, because there's some that are good textbooks, they're just not aligned to what that particular course may have been needing to do.
So this concerns me because 62% of the fair, minimal, or none, that's 62% of the textbooks you reviewed are fair, minimal, or none.
Well, let
And
me,
I just, that, from a high level and not digging down into the weeds, that concerns me greatly. So did the colleges get the list of what you consider fair, minimal, or none?
they got the same report.
Report. So is that something that we're able from our position to go back and see in the future how those is there a change in resources based on your report? I mean, is that available to us? It's nice to have a report, but I need it to do something.
Right,
in
we
other
need
words.
action steps.
Right.
We want to make it better.
I
So
don't think it's the purview of this organization to determine that.
we can ask, I mean, absolutely we can ask, and we will go back. That'll be part of our work with the higher ed task force, which we're going to invite colleges to be, deans and professors to be a part of, and our path forward work. So we can definitely go and ask them. We don't have, I don't think, we don't have the authority to select textbooks for colleges. As you know, for K-12, y'all can approve textbooks, but the law also provides if the district's not using state money, that even the boards can buy whatever books they want. So I don't think for colleges, I'm not saying it couldn't be done, I'm looking at our two legislators, but I don't think we have the authority to prescribe a textbook.
No, and I'm not asking about the authority
Yes, ma'am.
prescribed textbooks. I'm asking as a follow-up to this report, are we able to, or should we be asking for, how did this report impact your textbook selection moving forward? Did we impact your textbook selection moving forward? Are any of the books in the 62% still considered a primary resource in your 9 hours of teaching the science of reading? Because if that's a primary resource, then I would really be concerned. Am I on the right track?
Yeah, I think it's a good question, and I agree with Dr. Mackey. I don't know that y'all have the authority to do that, to name specific textbooks, or even to put together an approved list. I do think, though, that this task force, which we've recommended, which would include higher ed faculty, are in a really good position to vet textbooks for themselves and for the state and make some recommendations. Again, it won't be binding because of the way the system is set up, but I think that would be a good exercise for the task force to undertake.
To follow up on the previous question, in the addendums that the institutions resubmitted to you, was there a trend that they were changing textbooks based on your recommendation that you can recall?
Not necessarily. I didn't see any resistance to recommendations around textbooks. And in fact,
you did see an affirmation of the fact that they were acknowledging that they need to change the textbooks. That's what I'm looking for. See, they had a chance to respond.
Right.
To answer.
I haven't gotten any responses since I attended and responded back to their feedback. So I didn't hear from anyone beyond that. About those particular amendments, whatever they may have had. I did hear from a couple of deans or faculty asking what textbook we would recommend. Mm-hmm. And I referred them to the top tier. I didn't, again, recommend a particular textbook, but I recommended them to review the top tier.
Thank you, that's good.
So, anything else about textbooks?
Let me ask you a question. I see letters is listed here, and that's used with
some programs, and this is a trend across the country, are using letters as the curriculum for their
Well, it just seems like it would make sense for them to choose that in as much as this is what they'll be expected to implement within their practice when they become certified teachers, it would definitely be great for school systems to gain prospective teachers that are already letters trained or have had some contact with that. It just seems like it would be seamless to me. Not that I'm trying to promote, I'm just thinking about everything that we have regarding literacy.
Right.
We should be intentional in making sure that it's systemic across the different paths.
Well, and I'm understanding that a number of your pre-service candidates, is it available to them now? Not part of their curriculum, but can they sign up to take letters?
In many
Other
schools,
schools?
yes,
Okay,
or colleges,
okay,
Yes.
as an undergraduate,
yes.
yeah, okay.
Well, I know you're the expert. Would you recommend that that's the best practice based on where we are here in Alabama and what we're trying to accomplish? Would you say that you would consider that to be maybe the better option?
I would say that it is one among options you should consider. And here's what I would say about letters. Mississippi, was the first to adopt letters statewide. The advantage that we had in doing that was everybody got the same message and the same packaging of the science. The science is the same, and there's nothing proprietary about the science. But it was done in a way, and at the time we were doing it, letters was the only thing on the market. And so that's how letters got out ahead of everybody. And then when Mississippi had the success we did, states called and said, do we need to adopt letters? There are other options now available on the market. Ames Institute is one, Nyhouse Education Center out of Texas is another. IDA does their own kind of preparation programs, and many other programs that are now available. The beauty of letters is it is so well organized and that there are materials, and this is one of the things we saw in some of the courses, their materials are packaged so well for the professors that it's not easy content, but it's an easier program to deliver because it's so well organized. But there are other textbooks also. I'm thinking now of the core source book for reading, which also has a companion assessment book. This is a group that's been developing materials for pre-service for a long time, and it was a really popular course that I saw in many of the programs. So it too, and it's organized in a way, the chapters are sequenced in a way, it's designed for a pre-service audience. That is also a good alternative. And there are others, there are more than just
Well, I'm
that.
thinking back to our conversation earlier, and I got a chance to look at the letters book, and I've also taken the Praxis Teaching Reading assessment. It aligns. And so you can kill two birds with one stone if you go, and I'm not, again, promoting one thing over another, but if we see that something would be advantageous to our pre-service teachers, that they are learning this content, it will also prepare them to be successful on the praxis, and then they will walk into our classrooms prepared to teach children, And I don't know whether the other ones align also. I just know I've looked at that one. And I'm just curious. That's why I'm asking you. You're the expert.
Well, I think the others probably align as well. The beauty of letters is that your K-3 teachers, in-service teachers, are also getting it. Have also had it, or some degree are getting it. And so again, it's kind of that common language. But that's your call. I would say that letters is a good program. It took Mississippi off the pot.
That's what I wanted to hear you say.
Yes.
And the reason why I'm saying that, I think I was at a meeting, and I can't remember when the young lady, she was a presenter, and her conversation stuck with me. And she said, Mississippi took Alabama's plan and beat us with our own plan.
And that's true.
And
That's true.
ever since then, I just, I'm like, really? And so that's why I was curious. since you're Mississippi and you went to University of Alabama, you would give me an honest answer.
That's mine.
All right, thank you.
And as a follow-up to what she said, I served at the national level. I know she's retired now, but Dr. Wright was there. We served on this committee together, and the governor was there, several legislators, and they ended up, of course, Mississippi has been recognized by various organizations across the country and awarded for the work that has been done. But at the time, Dr. Wright was not from Mississippi. And she actually became, don't get any ideas, but she became the highest paid state superintendent in the country. but she ended up, I mean, it was a good hire. And they were so directed, and you're correct, because in one of the meetings, she looked at me and she said, we're about the same height, but she said, you know, we got this, a lot of this from Alabama. And that was the original reading initiative. And they just went full speed ahead and added to it what needed to be added. And it was in a very short period of time. And the data was checked and rechecked. And the programs that work, actually. And they don't apologize for it. But it was interesting to see the early days. And that's one thing that hasn't been brought out. You know, it's been mentioned, but the fact that it was the Alabama original plan that originally Florida and Texas copied.
Well, and if you compare the NAEP scores, when you all unplugged coaching,
yes,
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
that's why I call coaching really the silver bullet, because it's when you all unplug the coaching in all those K-3 schools that the scores plummeted again. But we did. We came and visited. We adopted actually in the Barksdale model, which is what the Literacy-Based Promotion Act model is built on. We adopted Read Well as a curriculum in our K-3 targeted schools early on, which we got from you all way back. So thanks for sharing.
but thanks for adding to it.
I will say also that letters, when they passed the Literacy-Based Promotion Act, the State Department asked us to help with the rollout, and we really had the literacy model ready to go, and so it went to scale with that law. But we were looking for the right professional development so that we could blanket the state and get everybody trained up to speed and quickly. And we recommended letters, Barksdale recommended letters, because we had brought it in back in 2010 with our work with pre-service faculty. Now, it was an early version of letters, it was the foundations of letters, but we had a good taste and good experience with it, which is why we recommended it when the time came. So, but I will say, I guess I want to leave you with this, that there are some really good options out there that we didn't have early on, and so there's some other things, there are many things to choose from now.
To follow up on Ms. West's question, and mine too, on the diagram about the alignment of textbooks, based on what you've seen happen to the institutes of higher education, how would you see this pie chart changing now? Or has it changed in their operation as a result of this influence? I.e. the number of minimal or non-conforming or fair conforming textbooks to what you project. Have they changed? Has it made a difference?
In Mississippi or in Alabama?
We're Alabama. This is an Alabama report, and I'm talking about what our domain is.
I don't know, since the report was produced, what movement has occurred, and I think that's...
Because I know that some of them submitted addendum. At least the dean I dealt with, 2 deans.
Yes,
So
none of them have committed, to my recollection, specifically that they were going to change textbooks. I don't, but I don't necessarily associate that or interpret that to mean that they don't plan to.
I understand.
Yeah.
I mean, they've had it a while, and
yeah.
Quick action indicates quick commitment. Delayed action is delayed services, and students are still buying those textbooks. And the hard part is if they're buying textbooks that are not good at all.
Yeah.
And the students are buying the textbooks, somebody's making money off of them. No offense.
Indeed, no, indeed. The other thing I'd say about textbooks is in education, as compared to law or medicine. In every pre-medical training, every pre-med candidate has to take an anatomy course. There is one textbook predominantly used across every medical school in the country. It happens to have been written by a Mississippi professor.
Grey's Anatomy.
Grey's Anatomy. Because there's one body with, I mean, all the bodies are different, but we all have the same hip bones and back bones. And so when you compare that to the number of reading textbooks there are, and while there are a variety of ways to teach reading, there are some really very clear ways to teach reading based on what we know now from the cognitive science. And so I would expect that we're going to see either stronger alignment or a diminishment of the number of textbooks available on the market. The National Center for Teacher Quality, when they've reviewed over 2,000 textbooks, 2,000 textbooks on how to teach reading. I just don't think there's that many different ways to do it, and so I feel like we're in a good path in terms of having more reliable textbooks to look at.
I think you're bringing up textbooks, that's why we're asking questions about it. The deans are here.
Yeah.
And the deans I've talked to, they're talking about where they agree with the report and where they don't. And I don't think that you can take much more objective data than your analysis of textbooks for them to apply. Having been a professor myself and know that I didn't pick my textbooks, I got hired to teach a graduate course, and that was a pretty, I don't know, so I'll stop there.
Let me ask you this. We have a process called CHIP, where we go into the Colleges of Education, we do reviews. And I know we're amending it. We're trying to make it better. We're working with the deans. I've heard angst from y'all, so we're trying to make it better and more relevant to what is best for our students. But in that process and in our administrative code, we have certain science of reading topics, multisensory language instruction to teach foundational reading skills and the science of reading, science of learning to read and include, and it's all what's in the law. And so wouldn't part of our departmental review include the textbook? I mean, wouldn't that be part of the review, that when our team goes out, I'm not saying it would be the end all, but it would, I would think that that's part of when you're looking through the ed prep programs and you're looking for elementary ed, and then we vote in our board meeting on approving those college programs, but we get the recommendation from the department who's gone out to do the review, but we set what we're looking for. Like we pass that in code. I would think that alignment piece, that textbook, that syllabus, all of that would be part of this review. So do you have recommendations for how we could do a better CHIP process? Because we're in the midst of tightening up and making it more relevant, our whole process. So while we're in the midst of making this more relevant, I would love your thoughts on how we could improve.
I think it would serve you well if faculty and folks from the programs themselves could come together, and perhaps we could provide access to our review team, our textbook review team, or to some of these experts that are around the country. But to have the faculty themselves create a vetted list that they find acceptable and aligned to the science of reading, so that you're not, similar to what you all do for textbooks, I'm assuming you have a vetted list of curriculum for K-12, that maybe the higher ed, as part of this task force work, would serve the rest of us a lot if Alabama led the way on that. But I think programs need to be involved in that process.
I think that's what I feel. I think maybe what you're seeing, we've got this information now, but then it's sort of, is this the end?
No.
You know, what do we do with this information to improve what we are offering our students who want to be effective teachers and who need the best resources available to them to become that. And so then when you're gone, how can we move that forward in a positive way, right? I mean, I want the deans involved, I want the faculty, in our positive way, the staff here, but it's just trying to be efficient and effective and move forward.
Dr. McCarty, I've been told that there's somebody in our audience that's raising their hand.
I'm done.
And I do not want to ignore
There is that
anybody.
gentleman.
So please come forward, please, so we can have the benefit of seeing your face and hearing you. You raise your hand, you're.
Yes, sir. So I'm David Crow from Auburn. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about textbook selection. And unless it's an adjunct, typically the faculty member responsible for that course would select that textbook. So, and we've never put, I'm not saying that, it couldn't come from you all, but we've never put stipulations on that academic freedom, because that's where it would come
Or
up.
academic accountability, which is the opposite.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I believe in both.
Right. So I just wanted to point that out. But typically it's on a faculty by faculty basis, and in some cases with turnover and other things, we've had to. That's why you may have got multiple syllabi from us. But that kind of felt.
Dean, since you stood up, the questions I asked you.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. So, yeah, I know, Dean Carroll. Since you stood up, the questions I asked about what impact have these determinations of the quality of these textbooks had at Auburn University?
I'd have to go back to the program faculty to ask them that question.
But you're not aware of that it's had any impact, even though you've had the reports so sometimes.
We did provide an addendum to the Barksdale report for Auburn. But I'm not, again, because of my role, I don't know.
I just
about
you
the
stood up,
specific
so you're
classes.
subject to.
No, I understand. Ask away.
I just did. So you don't.
But we are carefully looking at the new foundations of reading assessment that students are taking. We're planning multiple strategies for addressing science of reading content that's within that test. In fact, some of our faculty are working on Saturday to volunteer for just boot camps for these students to help them attain some of that information.
So I'll rephrase it in a different way.
Okay.
Do you think the report and the significant evaluation of textbooks should be reviewed and taken into account at Auburn University? So you can't offer an opinion, even if you can't offer a definitive relationship.
I can't offer an opinion on that aspect.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. McCarty, just to add to, I do feel like just as a natural part of the work that we'll have to do with the path forward, as well as the task force that Dr. Mackey is putting together, that these things, the recommendations will definitely lead our work, as well as definitely influence some of the discussion, as well as the decisions that are made by those on that work group. And as he indicated, he plans to include deans from the colleges of in Alabama, as well as some of the faculty that teach those courses. So I do feel like these things will be a natural part of those conversations.
Just like the alignment, and everybody understands what the expectations are.
And that will affect your recommendations for renewal of some of these elementary certificates in these teaching institutions. Is that what you're saying?
I don't think so. I think I'm just saying that it'll be a part of the conversation.
Well, if we ask,
what will come out of
then if you bring us a recommendation where I get to vote yes or no, and I can ask how the impact is affecting your decision, then I can expect you to respond, correct?
Yes.
I do expect you to
Yes.
respond,
Yes.
in case that's to put an affirmative voice.
Yes.
Well, in as much as the deans have, and I understand the professors have academic freedom, I find it difficult that a professor would choose a book knowing that this book does not align. No one is saying that you must choose this. And I use letters as an example because I'm thinking across the board. I'm thinking about the kids that the pre-service teachers will be serving. So I want to make it clear that I'm not just promoting letters, but keep it in line with academic freedom. You know, it's hard to justify your decision when you choose a book that specifically states it does not align. So I think finding that happy medium, finding that common ground, because we are all in this together, I think is gonna make a difference. So I'm glad to hear about the task force and the deans, you know, being a part of the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so let's go through these last findings. Did my numbering go off? I think must be missing something.
No, that's good, that's next.
That's the next slide.
I'm seeing 9 and 8 though, but it's not driving, so.
Maybe it's on the next page.
Yeah, we have that here.
Yep, it fell
All right,
off
so
the
we
bottom.
talked about course alignment, influence of textbooks. The third finding was understanding evidence-based instruction. What we're looking for there is explicit, systematic, sequential instruction, particularly as it relates to the foundational skills of reading. And so there is a developmental sequence supported by the research about how language develops over time and what are the processes in the brain that really have to be trained in order to decode and understand words. And so we were looking for explicit explanations of what these skills are, or coming from the textbooks and from faculty in their lectures and in their the activities that they were doing during courses. It's related to number 5, which is the modeling of instruction. So a big piece of evidence-based instruction is at the in the K3 setting is showing K3 kids what the skills are, modeling first, asking them to demonstrate that they can do it, and then and supporting it with practice. So it's a similar kind of process that we look for in pre-service. It's also a good way to model that. I do, we do, you do. In pre-service, in the pre-service setting. So that's what the evidence-based was looking at. Again, that wide berth of inconsistencies. We may have found a presentation, for example, in the course session itself, that the faculty did a good job of explaining what those skills were, but the assignment may have been totally inconsistent with that, or so those were some of the inconsistencies we saw. The fourth is faculty knowledge. Faculty themselves are all products of this generation of courses that have not been based on the science of reading. I don't hold faculty responsible for that. I think that many of them came through the same kind of programs that we're still seeing today, and so they too need to be given the opportunity to learn this science, and states, I think, have an obligation to help them do that. We saw real hunger among faculty for doing that. Faculty recognizing what they didn't know, and many of them, I think, their interest in the textbooks is because they found those to be helpful to them and their own knowledge base. But I would encourage you. This is, I think, one of the most important pieces of this. In some ways, it's the core piece of this solution, which is the knowledge that faculty have will make programs stronger and will produce better candidates. So if we can create safe spaces for faculty to learn this and to grapple with it in the same way K3 teachers are grappling with it, I think we will go a long way. And when I say a safe space, it's a touchy subject because I've dealt with a lot of faculty who I understand have put in a lot of sweat and tears to get an advanced degree, and really recognize that degree fell short because it didn't include the science of reading. And so I think faculty deserve a break about that, and I think we need to create spaces for them to come together as a cohort, which is what we've been doing in Mississippi.
Ms. Butler, did you see any difference between full-time faculty and the number of adjunct faculty that many schools use? in my area, I'm familiar with, there are a lot of adjunct faculties augmenting the staff.
Right.
And so in the security and faculty knowledge, did you see any difference, or do you have an intuitive feeling about the difference?
We did not quantify the difference between full degree faculty versus adjunct faculty. What we know from K-12 research is that the advanced degrees that have led to certification have not had an impact on student achievement. And I think what I've experienced in the last 5 years in working with advanced degree faculty as well as adjunct faculty is that the adjunct faculty in many cases have an advantage over faculty who are not connected to schools except through some of that field work, because they've experienced some of the professional developments that states are delivering. But I think it's a mixed bag. I don't think you can say that an adjunct is weaker necessarily because they don't have an advanced degree, or that a full-time faculty is better equipped because they're full-time faculty if their own degree program didn't include the science.
Some adjunct faculty have doctorates and advanced degrees. I'm talking about the employment relationship where there are multiple experiences, and thank you very much for your input.
Yeah,
And could we possibly work with the legislature? And because letters training is expensive.
It's very expensive.
And maybe provide financial support for those colleges of education that will we continue to do that? Okay. Because, I mean,
We offer cohorts for just the professors.
for the faculty in the colleges can
Can
get
you
reimbursed for letters training.
No, they don't get.
How much participation?
It's paid for.
And the second memo we sent out, they actually get the stipend too. Like if they pass the certificate, whatever the certification.
And how many have participated?
Oh, I knew you would ask me that. I know that Bonnie will know that number, but she's at the IEA conference presenting, but we can get it for you.
One thing we did in Mississippi was create a faculty-only cohort and hired a trainer that was a faculty member. So that it was really collegial. I think it's a little bit awkward, may not be the right word, but difficult for faculty and pre-service candidates and pre-service and in-service teachers to all be sitting in the same training. So that would be my recommendation.
Thank you.
Modeling of instruction is really big. Overwhelmingly, on all of the studies, the 2 studies we did in Mississippi and that we heard in this one, is pre-service candidates saying, just show me how. And some faculty are more comfortable modeling instruction. We saw some of the best modeling instruction I have seen in Alabama. But we didn't see it everywhere, and there were some cases where we didn't see it at all, so that there were different kinds of discussions that were happening in sessions, but there was not always modeling of instruction. And again, we did a snapshot. I give the program some leeway here because they submitted videos for us to watch. We were all operating under the Zoom COVID conditions, and so there were some limitations to that. When we've done this heretofore, we have been on campuses and able to really sit in. And it's very different, but we were looking for modeling, and we did encourage faculty to increase that. Even if it's not direct modeling themselves, there's a lot of video available that shows both good and bad instruction which you can learn from, and that's widely used too. So, but pre-service candidates really want to see it done, and it just can't. There's just no replacement for that. The 6th one is connections to practice. This has to do with, now that I've seen it, I've seen you model it, I need to show you if I can do it. It's an important piece of training, and we looked for it both in actual internships and field practices, as well as in-class assignments where perhaps candidates were practicing with each other or presenting to the class. It's an important piece of the learning cycle, no matter what grade level you're in. And so we look for it in both in the classes, in what we heard about in the field, and when we watched candidates demonstrate what they were learning. It's a hard one to do, and one of the struggles that I know programs have is finding good placements for their candidates. I would say that that's something that the task force should take up also, because it's a real knitting together. We need to have a seamless pipeline, a seamless system of how we train teachers, which begins in pre-service but continues all the way through the first and second year of teaching. And it's going to require great collaboration on both parts. But programs are at a disadvantage if the surrounding districts where they're serving aren't doing evidence-based practices either. So I know I feel their pain, and I want to make sure that gets acknowledged. Attention to learning differences. This was not part of it's built into the Act. It's not specifically part of the science of reading, but what we were looking for were candidates exposed to information about learning differences, specifically dyslexia, language processing disorders, and then certainly second language learners. And this was pretty spotty, I will say, and I'm not an expert on all of those things that I just named, but we didn't find a lot of depth around that. And I know some states have entertained specific requirements around classes just for dyslexia, and depending on how many course hours you have the luxury of allocating just to reading. These are important topics that are only getting more important as we're working now in trying to address this with K-3 teachers. How you teach a child with learning differences, and how you teach a child who's learning a new language, and how you teach a child that has a significant accent or a different dialect based on language or region. And so teachers need to be equipped with this, and I think it's something that just needs to be on your radar. Mm-hmm. I would not recommend, and we have had this conversation in Mississippi, I'm not sure how this is looking across the country. You may, your colleagues may know this, you may have looked at this, but if you teach a structured approach to reading, you're going to address the needs of dyslexic kids. What dyslexic kids need is a lot more of it, and with greater intensity. But the structured literacy that the science of reading supports is really growing out of the dyslexia science. And so I think if you do a good job of teaching structured literacy, you're going to catch a lot of those kids who right now are identified as dyslexic. They're going to need more. I'm not all debating that they won't, but this structured literacy is good instruction for every kid. It's going to
Sonia Yates is here, who is our dyslexic. So,
you want to add to that?
No, that was perfect. Structured literacy is the science of reading. So it's the science of reading and practice. How's that?
Yes, we have a lot to thank for all those dyslexic mothers who marched on capitals to get something going. And now, in fact, I've said to the IDA, let's take the D out of that knowledge and practice standards, and they finally did, because teachers were interpreting it as, well, this is how you teach dyslexic kids. And what we know is this is really how you teach all kids and all learn, except for those.
Doesn't our law, and Dr. Mackey, you may know this, and certainly Representative Collins, doesn't the Literacy Act require that our public colleges offer dyslexia therapy courses? Is that in there? Okay, for some reason, does it?
It mentions it, I can't quote it.
Okay, well, I can't quote it, but I would think we would be offering courses in our colleges now on dyslexia therapy. And so I think it is a
The
part
part
of
I
our.
remembered was what Kelly had just said too, was that teaching all the structure and language that benefits maybe dyslexic children the most, but it helps all children.
Oh,
to read.
absolutely.
I don't
Yes.
remember in the higher ed portion, maybe that, I was trying to remember, I mean, I sent to the deans before we even filed the bill that, and we made changes based on some of what they had said.
Right, and I'll
I just don't
pull it, I'll
remember
look it
that.
up later, but I was
Some
just.
it does.
It mentions it, I can't remember the exact wording, maybe partnering with somebody, but it says that they will offer dyslexia. I'm not sure if it's dyslexia, specialist, I'm not sure.
And it has to be certified by NSLED or IDA or somebody, but yes. Okay, thank you, sorry. I just thought we were already doing that.
And this last one, and Dr. Mackey, will you check my numbers for me on this?
It's 8 up there.
It should be 8. And
They're only 8 printed, but I think here's one cut off, but I can't remember what it is, so.
okay, well, I don't want to miss it, so if you'll figure out which one I missed, but.
Syllabi and sequence is what my number 9.
Okay, all right. Let me do,
That can figure out.
the recommendation around that, is so, you want to read it?
Sure. Syllabi and sequence materials are sometimes difficult to navigate and often lack clarity in describing course content and purpose. And then you give 4 bullets. Course titles and descriptions lack clarity. Course objectives are written to reflect SOR, but content does not follow. Course objectives are conflated with standards, too many in number and not supported by content. Occasionally, written materials do not align with materials posted on learning management systems.
So the real thing there is, and again, I think this is a charge of the task force. And not to, I know that changing syllabus in at the university level is a complicated process and takes a lot of time and steps and hoops. But I do think that there are some basic things that we ought to be able to look for and find in a good structured syllabus, where the objectives are really clear, that there are not so many you couldn't possibly address them all in one semester. And so I think that there would be some time well spent taking a look at tightening up kind of what and I know maybe it'll have to happen at every institution differently because y'all are all independent and you have your own process at each campus, but I would say 2 major things. One is the course description needs to be really clear and reflect what the course is designed to do, and that wasn't always the case. We saw things in course objectives that were never addressed and vice versa. There was also objectives, and while on the one hand we were saying we're looking for objectives for every course session, what are we going to learn in this 50-minute session or this 2-hour seminar? Then there are the general course objectives, which are overarching. So the daily objectives for every course would fall under those big overarching objectives. But we found that in a number of cases there were like 26 course objectives that weren't always reflected in the course outline. And it's also sort of overwhelming. It's like, how could you possibly cover all of this content in a semester? And so I would just say a little bit of tightening up. And some of that I know from having looked at a number of hundreds of syllabi now that syllabi morph over time. And so one faculty gets it, it's passed down to another faculty, and there's a tendency for things to morph. And so that, I think, is sometimes how things get added to and things don't get taken.
You see a relationship between the variance in the syllabi and the textbook adoption. Because in teaching a lot of courses, not only in post-secondary, but secondary, when you adopt the textbook, you pretty much adopt the syllabus many times.
Mm-hmm. And it would help direct what your objectives are as well. Yeah.
If you change textbooks, you don't often change the syllabus, even though the content changes in correlation.
I have a question about Mississippi. So in Mississippi, with regard to your colleges, your prep programs in Mississippi, did you have some non-negotiables across the board with every institution regarding the teaching of the science of reading? Are there non-negotiables that need to be in every institution's process for teaching the science of reading?
There are two steps to that answer. First one is, when we conducted our first study back in 2003, one of the key findings was not all the components of reading were even being addressed. And from there, we went, with collection of faculty, we went to the state board and recommended that minimally for reading for elementary majors, it's now been adopted for special ed as well, but for elementary majors, the state board adopted 6 hours, 2 3-hour courses that we call Early Literacy 1 and Early Literacy 2. And the purpose of that was to ensure that minimally candidates were at least being exposed to the 5 components of reading, because they weren't before. So there was a bit of a standardization in that regard, is that in order for your candidates to be licensed, you had to offer 2 courses, Early Literacy 1 or Early Literacy 2. There was agreement that that's what they would call it. There was agreement, and we worked with faculty, the Institute, and the State Department, and members of the faculty worked together to come up with a kind of a standard course description and a set of objectives, one for Early Literacy 1, a set for Early Literacy 2. The division was, EL1 was concepts of print, phonological awareness, and phonics. EL2 was vocabulary, fluency, and comprehension. That's kind of how we divided it up. And this was way back, it was adopted in 2005. When the Literacy-Based Promotion Act was passed, we went back to the Commissioner of Higher Ed and said, we really think now that we're spending $15 million a year to retrain teachers, maybe this EL1 and 2 isn't getting the job done. We need to see what's going on. And so that was the second study that we did, was really to look at what those 2 courses. Now, we are working, there's a task force in Mississippi that is working, Higher Ed has representatives on there, to look at 12 hours, required 12 hours of reading. We recommended, and the state board adopted, the licensure commission adopted, a readoption of Early Literacy 1 and 2, so those are still 2 standard courses. An assessment course that also deals with second language learners and dyslexia, because many of the programs didn't have anything around assessment. A content area which is really combined with writing as well. We felt like writing was our next frontier. And so those were 4 courses. I don't think they've adopted, except for Early Literacy 1 and 2, the other 2 don't have adopted names per se, but they're clear what the content could cover. And so the task force now is working to develop kind of a framework, as we did with EL1 and 2. Now everybody went home and created their own syllabus and then moved forward. But we did.
You did that through the Commission on Higher Education and the State Board of Education credentialing schools of education. Is that how you did it? I'm trying to look at a mechanism where we can emulate what you did, which was successful in my opinion.
The role of the Higher Ed Commission for us was simply that they recommended that we repeat the study to make sure and see, in both cases, to make sure we could see what was happening in pre-service. So that was their role, but the state board really, the licensure commission, which is where that authority sits, is one that recommended the 12 hours of reading. I will say it's down from 15. So we said to the programs, we're gonna on the one hand relieve your load, on the other hand we're gonna be more consistent and deliberate about what those 12 hours ought to be. And again, those were from the study that those recommendations came from.
And then they had the freedom to design inside that framework their own institutional programming.
Yes, and that's that academic freedom, but as it should be. But there are some basic things that we determined were really missing, and that pre-service candidates and faculty themselves were reporting. These are gaps in what we're seeing, and so we need to make sure that anybody coming out of a prep program has these basic foundations around the 5 components of reading. They know how to assess kids and work with kids with learning differences, and that they have some training around writing and literacy in the content areas. So that was, and again, we have a task force now working to develop that.
Is it possible that you could develop what you just told her in a document for us to review at length about what you actually did, so we can work with our legislature or ourselves to decide how we could take that model? I know it's a question that may not be in your document. Would you mind helping me by doing that?
I can. I want to make sure I'm understanding your request, because
what you did to make inclusive these instructional requirements that apply to the school, the teachers of education.
Yeah, there's some, that's really the work of the licensure commission, but yeah.
What you did, we'll have to see that and work with our legislative group to see how we can model it or modify it to see if we can build off the success you've obviously experienced, enjoyed, or developed.
Well, and it's still definitely a work in progress. So.
It always is.
So that's, we got off on that, but that was really about the sequence, that there's, the direction we've gone in Mississippi is that there's clearly a body of knowledge that pre-service candidates need in order to be able to teach reading, from day one, even though we know that they'll get better over time. This last recommendation has to do with accountability for mastery. And this actually came from a couple of the, when we were kind of digesting all of the findings, some of the pre-service faculty who were on our study team, one of the premier ones, who is based out of Connecticut, Elise Swear-Swerling, who has written a number of textbooks, she's an authority on special education, was surprised at how little formal assessment there was, and it may be that formal assessment of knowledge. Very few final exams. Of course, there's a lot of ways to demonstrate knowledge, and we certainly wanted to emphasize practice, that the pre-service candidate can pass a test about it, can they also now deliver the instruction? So certainly the connections to practice is really important. But they felt it was important to have some kind of formal assessment on a body of knowledge. And maybe what you all are thinking is that's what the foundations of reading or the praxis essentially serves to do. But it might be helpful as a precursor to that to know after your candidates have finished these 9 hours, if they understand through a written assessment this content, you're going to be it's going to tee them right up to pass these foundations of reading if your courses are aligned to that. So that's what that last recommendation is. And I think this is my last slide. I hope that when I walk out of this room, you all are moving forward with the work ahead in terms of improvement. I'm excited about the task force. We have recommended a number of your faculty that we felt were both really in strong positions to help lead some of this work, as well as some of the faculty whose programs were not consistently aligned, but were really eager to make changes. And we have also offered up a couple of our national experts to serve on your task force to be advisors. And so I'm hoping that you can not shelve these reports, but use them moving forward now to really think about the recommendations and work together out of these silos to come up with some solutions. I think we've given you some good tools. We've tried to, as we've done this deep dive on the textbooks, we have assembled a list of recommended readings that has come out of the work of there's something called the Science Academy Science of Reading Academy that is spearheaded by a woman named Dr. Stephanie Staller. She and I are working to sponsor, she is convening at the National Reading League next week, a day ahead of the conference to invite faculty only. It's a faculty only day. 20 of our faculty from Mississippi are going, and I opened the invitation to Alabama faculty, and I think 3 or 4 of them are gonna go. To begin the networking process, because there's a lot of work going on like this across the country. And I think the colleagues from other institutions, y'all should network with, and you all have some real strength coming out of Alabama. Want to also keep you connected to these national experts. If you'd like to tap them and you need my help in doing that, I'm happy to make that happen. So that's where we are. You all are now going to be part of the path forward. When I was working with that planning team, and we were debating what to call this initiative, I said, well, we came up with path forward, and I said, let's make it the path forward, not a path forward. Let's fix this, because there's so many other things in education that we are battling. And the good news about this reading stuff is we know how to do it. We do know how to do it. We've got the science, we've got the tools, we now have some good textbooks. And it is the foundation of everything else that we do, as you know. And so if we get this right, we are so much farther ahead. So I'm really proud of what you all have done. Not many states have opened this door. And while it was sensitive, and I know that it made some people nervous and maybe some unhappy, you can't fix what's not broken. You shouldn't fix what's not broken. But unless you know what you're really doing, you don't know if it needs fixing or not. And so I appreciate the transparency that these programs shared, the way, the spirit in which they engaged with this work. I have strongly recommended that these reports remain confidential to the programs. It was my pledge to the Mississippi Institution, and to this day, my soul that the deans have access to those reports. And so I think that it should be a tool that serves to be an improvement. They were gracious in receiving them, and they were responsive in giving feedback. And so I hope it's a useful document that then turns into some really good work ahead. I may not be around, but I'm not going too far, and I'm watching closely. We have learned a lot from you all, and we are all in this together. And so as the southern states will get ourselves off the bottom, we're keeping our fingers crossed for next week or 2 weeks hence when the NAEP scores. We've weathered a lot, and you all are well down the road in doing this work. And so I encourage you to do it together and as transparently as possible with each other. So be kind and go forward.
Thank you.
I had communicated with the deans and invited any of them that had questions or comments. The board has, but if any of them have questions or comments, welcome to come forward, or wherever, hold your peace now.
I think it would be helpful.
Dr. King, you come forward, please. I treat you no differently than anybody else. Dr. King and I have known each other longer than she wants to acknowledge.
I think one thing that would be helpful is there's been a lot of discussion about the addendum. And the deans interpreted, it was our understanding that was to clarify for factual errors, right? So it was not an opportunity for us to send a rebuttal or anything like that. It was simply to clarify factual errors. So that was something. And I think it's also really important to think through the fact that I'm afraid there's a narrative out there that higher ed is not doing anything with this, and that's simply not the case. So I appreciated your comment about working together. At UNA, I mean, I can only speak for UNA, but at UNA, our report was very positive, but there's all that doesn't mean that there's not more to do, you know. So as such, you know, we got together as a faculty and looked at the recommendations, and there were some that we fixed, you know, and moved on. But I also think that if there are positive things going on, it is so important to hold hands together as institutions and move forward, to your point. In higher ed, we're so bad about working in silos. And so we've really taken an opportunity to say, all right, let's get together and let's talk with our neighbors down the road and see what they're doing and share best practices. So I really hope that if there's anything you take away today, it's that we do take this report seriously. We do want to do better for our children, because guess what? My kids are in Alabama public schools. I want the very best for my kids.
And you were too at one time.
That's right, and I'm a product of Alabama public schools. So we take this work very seriously, and I do think it's important that higher ed be at the table for this work, because here's the facts. We can have all these recommendations and people go back into their classrooms, shut the door, and do their thing, you know? But if we're working together as colleagues and sharing that work, then I think there's an opportunity for real change. So thank y'all for your work. I appreciate it.
Thank y'all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you, everybody.
Unless you have something else to add.
You would be safe.
Thank you very much for your expansive and well-developed report. Thank you very much. You passed notes. I'm passing that first. Board questions?
Oh, board questions asking?
That's the next item on the agenda.
Okay, I have a question, and there may be others who are impacted by this, but there, and I know Dr. Reynolds received something this morning regarding it. Thank you. And I think I shared something with it about, it has to do with the sex education and some of the things that are brewing out there, and some of the blog news, individuals. I heard on the radio as I was getting ready an interview where they were quoting an unidentified teacher from actually North Alabama that they thought. They didn't say where. But that's where they, yeah.
It's in 1819 news, isn't it?
Well, they were just, it was somebody's connection with 1819 news. And I sent you a copy of a survey that was connected with the Department of Public Health, and it was a local instrument perhaps. I'd love, and I would appreciate some clarification on that, because you've probably seen the bits and pieces that are out there, and I'm probably not the only board member contacted and receiving emails or private messages on Facebook and text messages, and I keep saying, I will ask, and so that's why I passed on that one survey, and I've shared emails that were appropriately shared, and then there are some meetings, and I've tried to clarify even names of organizations. They don't have the name right, but the bottom line is that I think it would be helpful to have some clarification. I know over the years we've been very, very careful in putting together our health courses of study and making sure that we're within the law regarding abstinence and all of those different aspects that I personally think are important. I don't think I'm alone. And so I would very much appreciate clarification based on the information that I'm sure I'm not the only one sharing that information with you. And I think it's important to get that corrected. If we're wrong, we need to know. If it's happening under the State Board of Education or the State Department of Education, we need to know that as well. I know one of the organizations was very different in the past, and they worked with us with the course of study at one point, and they were very focused on abstinence and very careful about anything. But I will have to say that some of the excerpts that have been shared are beyond appropriate. They are just, I mean, especially one where they compared something, and with the dentistry, and there's no comparison. And whatever that program is, needs to be out of whatever school systems are using it. And I think there needs to be somehow a screening method that we can use to ensure that they are at the local level. You know, there are limitations, obviously. It can't be everywhere all the time. But we need to be very careful about what is being allowed, even if it's approved at the local level. If it's in conflict with what we have approved as a state board, it needs to be gone.
Yeah. And if you find something, certainly pass those along. We have, you know, the survey you shared with me a few weeks ago, we tried to track that down. The questions that you were able to send on the screenshot, we can't find a survey that matches it. Certainly nothing that's ever gone from this department. It's nothing public health could find in their database. So we don't know who the person is that claimed the survey, and so we don't know where they got it. But almost certainly, well, it's definitely something that was never approved by this department or public health. I can't say never approved. It's not been approved by us. But so yeah, if you find things though, and especially if we can go to a specific, you know, school or something. There was one situation this year where a teacher, I mean, we've fully investigated it, but a teacher did use a survey. It's certainly not a survey we'd approved. In fact, the principal had not approved it. Principal dealt with it, sent something to all the parents. They dealt with parents. So I mean, I can't promise it, obviously, and you're not asking that nobody will ever use any material that we would find objectionable. But when we do find out about it, we deal with it then. The the stuff the kind of weird stuff that came out on 1819 a few weeks ago from an organization that we'd never heard of, but now we know why, because they changed their name and changed their mission. But they, there were some objectionable, I would consider objectionable resources tied to the website, but we can't find any schools. We've actively looked. We can't find any schools that are using those resources, and nobody's made a report that anybody is. So, I mean, if somebody does, though, if somebody says, "I know that such and such school is using this," and I will absolutely follow up.
Well, I have quoted and shared what was appropriate in response to that one survey, because I said, I talked to Dr. Mackey, and whatever you tell me that they don't know any source. Yes. I mean, I do that, and I'm sure I'm not the only one. But if we can get a follow-up where we can just say, have in writing, where we can't find any, and that way, I mean, we just want the truth.
Right.
As much as we can possibly provide it in response. And if we don't do that, then our course of study means nothing if they don't follow it. So why do we put together and pass a health course of study after all those hours that the committee members devote to it?
Or where the people don't think we're following.
And they don't really think we're going to follow up on it. But I think
that'd be helpful.
Whatever we can do, we need to do.
Please.
And the sooner the better, because it's actually growing. And as it grows, there are things that
are very bizarre.
Yes.
It is.
Exactly.
And
untrue.
Yeah.
And but we need something, some finality where it says, absolutely, we can't find it anywhere. And I always say, tell me where.
Yeah.
So,
appreciate that.
and if they don't tell me, I can't really take it seriously.
Ms. Bell, I couldn't agree more. There was an instance happened when it was reported that Dr. Mackey was an ex officio member of this organization.
Yeah, and that's.
And we responded.
I did see that one.
I sent that to Dr. Mackey and knew the writer. Actually, he's called me twice since I've been here about some comment about another article that's out. But Dee admitted and acknowledged that Dr. Mackey never knew it was an ex officio member, defining what that meant. But there's another circumstance where they start initially with saying a circumstance event, and then they'll sometimes actually identify the teacher or the counselor, or in this case, the person has a personal web page about that. And one of the things that happens, I know Dr. Mackey sometimes contacts the local superintendents, but the perception is you can ignore it and it'll go away couldn't be more false. It only grows.
Absolutely.
And I know the school system, and Dr. Mackey's talked to the leadership, and all the press gets is no comment. They won't respond. And that only causes more focus on me as a state board member, on all of us as state board members. So I don't know, as we deal with the local education leadership, that they don't know that they need to respond. And if somebody in fact is doing it, fess up and say, we're dealing with it. There are certain privileges and privacies, there are certain open reports that have to be done. And as we know, any action taken against a teacher, against her credential, has to be reported to the state superintendent. So within that reverse realm, if Dr. Mackey and the state superintendent is looking at what's happening, you get asked down, what are you doing? That you haven't provided documentation about what's happening. And I think we've talked about that, Dr. Mackey, about how we can interact, because it keeps getting beyond rumor and widely dispersed.
It has a life, and it has
a life, it's only
until
growing.
we deal with the truth part of it, and we either confirm one way or the other. If they're not following the course of study, which we've been very careful to approve a healthy course of study, and if that's not being followed, then that's a problem. And if individual teachers are doing something they probably know that they're not supposed to do, that's a problem. But if it's not happening, we need to know, and we need to have something in writing to say, look, we checked into it, it's not happening, we cannot find anything, if you can provide more information. And I always ask that question, because I want to correct it. I don't want it to go out, I don't want it to continue.
We want to protect our kids.
Yeah, and they could take it to the legislature, but they'll have, the oversight would be even worse. I mean, we have more oversight, direct oversight. And plus, it goes back to ultimately, you're the one to blame, and the board is next.
I'll read a text I received from one of those same inquiring minds. It says, I don't expect you to give a personal opinion on the Huntsville ordeal. I'm just wondering about certain technicalities with a local school board's discretion on a teacher's life outside the school. Thanks. I can't answer that question, but I can get Dr. Mackey and Jason to answer that question.
It's a legal question.
Yeah.
And I said I can't.
I know, I'm agreeing with you.
But I can get, I will forward this to Dr. Mackey and Mr. Swan.
And he wants to handle it, right?
I'm certainly does.
I don't know what issue we're talking about, but I don't want to commit that I'm going to get involved in what you just said with somebody's personal life outside of school.
Jason's really excited.
The question is, what is our technical, what is the level where that line is crossed? I'll let you call him, you know, Craig Gallagher.
Oh, gosh. We go to question number 2. But let's have another question. Do you mind giving, I know because we've done the literacy task force and we're, moving along, and now the numeracy, where are we with the math task force? What's coming out of the math task force? Have they met? What's coming from them? What are they reviewing? Would you give us an update on that, please?
Be glad to. We'll get, we had Dr. Anderson come at the retreat.
Say it again.
Dr. Anderson came to the retreat.
Yes.
And so we'll get her to come back next month if you want to and give a full update where they are.
Okay. Yeah, we don't need a full, just a lovely update where they are and just.
Maybe I'll tell you what we do. We gave the superintendents, she fixed for them a timeline that kind of lines out the next 2 years.
I love that.
So what if we just send you that, and then if you have follow-up questions, we can get her. But let me send you her timeline. It's really good. It lines up what's going
How
on this
often
fall.
they meet and what's.
That's what's to come in the spring, next
Yes.
summer, and the next year, all those things.
That's exactly.
She's
Perfect.
identified the full support schools and the limited one support schools. We've not notified the schools yet, and I talked, yesterday or day before yesterday, sometime this week, I spoke to superintendents. Ms. McCrae was there, and I went through the timeline with them, and that those letters were in preparation. They're verifying the data, but they've not sent them out. We have sent out the reading letters, but we haven't sent out the math letters yet, but they'll go out this semester. And fortunately, with numeracy, we have enough money because the legislature pre-funded it. It's unusual. We're not able to get that with literacy. But because they pre-funded it, in other words, they put money in this budget, even though we won't hire coaches till next year.
Okay.
So it will allow districts that are going to have a full support school to go ahead and identify their math coach in the spring, and if they want to, go ahead and hire somebody. So they can hire, even though that person by the law doesn't have to start to next school year, they could actually go ahead and hire somebody in February or March, and that'll be great for those full support schools. So anyway, let me send you the timeline. The task force has only met once, but there is another meeting on the calendar, and it's really soon, like maybe even next week, October 19th. So it's, and anyway, that's probably enough to give you right now. So we'll send you the timeline and get you that. But it's good. But she's moving right along. Yes, ma'am. Good question.
Okay, that was it for me.
Dr. Mackey, we had a report come out regarding our STCs and the Department of Justice reaching out to us. And I really feel like our board was very proactive a couple of years ago and having discussions, went back when Daniel Boyd was here, really working on this very complicated issue of STCs in Alabama and oversight and private company that had come in and, not been appropriate with children. And so can you just make a statement about where we're headed next with this? Because I feel like the reporting's been a bit unfair.
Yes. Yeah, let me, so, Jason, maybe come to the table too. Let me just, you can intervene your time. So, obviously, there are two things there. If I may unpack what you just said. So there is, and it's been in the newspapers here in the Montgomery area, there is allegations against a private provider in a neighboring county. But that is not tied to this DOJ investigation at all. So that's, but it is that's going on, that is playing out through the court system in its own right. Those don't have anything to do with us, thank goodness, but because there are children involved, it does get tied back to, that at least an assumption that we would be involved. But we've not been, thank goodness. We're not involved in that at all. We are following it from afar because that provider does work with children who are public school children. So if they, depending on what the courts say about the provider, will affect, I think, what their future looks like in Alabama. So let me say that about that. The DOJ, this started out, as y'all probably know, but I'll just outline.
Dr. Mack?
Yes.
We may need to go executive session maybe to talk about these things, perhaps specific questions on.
I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, and it could be, the next, whenever you want to do it, but
just, since we just received the.
We've not even met on the letter. I can tell you that. I had one conversation with Commissioner Buckner yesterday because it involves the HR in foster children, and so she was on the road, I was on the road, and we essentially agreed that we were going to get our legal teams to figure out their next step and meet with us within the next 2 weeks, and we would get together, she and I and our two legal teams. Is that enough for Al? Yeah. And then we'll know more as it comes.
Yes, I just feel like there are some excellent STCs in the state of Alabama that do really good work for children that have really severe issues. And I feel like the reporting may not have been fair, and they have painted SCCs in Alabama with a very broad brush. And this board has done work around that.
Yes.
And I just feel compelled to make that very clear.
Absolutely.
And I've made it clear to Mr. Swan. And I feel strongly about it because I feel like there are some folks that are gonna be seen in a very poor light that do amazing work with children.
And I appreciate that because there really are. There are many, many, many good things going on in our STCs across the state. And I think you said it right. Broad brush.
I agree.
But this is a very specific, it's a very specific review that the Department of Justice did. So it would be, I think I completely agree with you. It can be painted with a broad brush, but what they've done is a very specific review on a very specific population. So,
Well, I will look forward to hearing back.
yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So what are we doing going forward between you and Mr. Solana? Are we going to have an executive session? Or we
I just thought we would maybe.
Well, let's get some answers
Right now, I
first.
think it's probably a little premature.
So we're gonna wait for you to decide.
Well, they
Yes.
haven't had a
Fair
chance to
enough.
meet and it's
I
been
agree
in
with
the
that.
department.
I agree. I was just trying to clarify
Yeah, no, I
for
agree.
those that may be watching what we're doing.
Yes, sir.
Other questions?
I don't have a question, I have a comment. I've made it very clear my concern about District 5 and our test data, and repeatedly asked for additional help and support. And I just feel like I couldn't sit here and not thank Angela Martin and her team and Dr. Mackey for the hours they spent answering my questions and providing me with the data. And so I just wanted to be as passionate about saying thank you as I have about inquiring about the future plans for District 5.
She's great. I appreciate that. She's, I say, hire away your problems.
And I tell you that I'm as concerned about District 5's problems as I am concerned about my district statewide, because as somebody said, we're all in this together. And some of the people will actually move from your area into my district and mine yours. So we're in the same state. We are elected geographically and politically in different areas, but our responsibilities are broader than that. At least I assume mine are, and I think every board member does. And thank you for your comments.
I've got a question. Thanks to the department, to Chuck, so much for helping me understand this ACAP reading data. I had seen, we had set the cut score, and we knew at the time that it was possible that those cut scores could actually be, and we know it's just one way, but could be one way that a child might be held back. And I think we were very sensitive to that. And we took the recommendation of the TAC committee, did 2 standard errors, we did all that. What I didn't realize until recently, and I appreciate the department providing this information, was that a child, the cut score equivalent as far as percentage of answers correct, they only had to get 35.7% of the questions correct to be considered sufficient and grade level and ready for 4th grade. That troubles me because I believe our students are better than that. I think they're capable. I think our educators are capable. And it worries me that some of the parents of these children may not realize that their child is a struggling reader. If all we expect is 35.7% correct of a reading assessment, and that parent gets a check that says your child is doing fine and is ready for 4th grade, why would they have an incentive to seek additional support, intervention, summer reading camp? And I realize that this is a sensitive issue. We don't want to hold back every child. I agree. But I also believe in transparency and in truth. And I believe that we need to communicate with those parents that, look, this is what your child got correct. Here are the strengths and weaknesses of your child. You may want to seek your school's excellent tutoring program. The Literacy Act, we have to offer tutoring, right? I think it's a great thing that we're offering before and after school tutoring. But if you're a parent who believes your child is on track, why would you seek out tutoring? Why would you send your child to summer reading camp? We've got great summer reading camps. I visited many. They were incredible. Many of them had extremely low enrollment. And I was asking, where are the kids? In one I went to, there were 6 children. Where are the other children? And those children who fell above 35.7% correct weren't invited to the summer reading camp. And yet they're struggling readers. So I guess my request is, when will we revisit the cut score? Because again, I think our children are far smarter than 35.7%. And how can we widen the net of the children who are invited to participate in the tutoring programs and in the summer reading camps?
So let's
that all
have a
struggling
chance to
readers
answer
can
one
do
question at a time. When will we revisit the cut scores?
We'll probably revisit the cut scores. Well, I can't answer that for sure. That would have been a good question last month when we had the statisticians and psychometricians here. Usually after 4 cycles. So this year will be the 3rd cycle, so probably after the 4th cycle. Just remember, when you look at percentage on a standardized test, how they standardize it, they take out, there are no questions that everybody gets right, because you remove all the questions that everybody would get right. That's how you standardize the test. So when the gentleman was here last month, and we can get them to come back, but he explained what they did is they took a group of Alabama reading teachers, CALT teachers, and looked at the specific questions and said, which ones of these would a child have to get right to know that they are at minimum ready to move on to 4th grade. So they weren't looking at, hey, we're just going to pick a number. It's like specific questions, this specific data that children would need to at a minimum be able to move. Now, I don't want to try to get into statistics with you, but we will come back. What we'll do, most likely, is look at reducing the -2 SEM. So remember, we went -2 SEM because that's where you guarantee that you're capturing 98% accuracy. As the test is given more and more times, the standard errors of measure get tighter because of the way statistics work. So they'll get tighter and tighter and tighter. And so what is now a 452 is 2 standard errors of measure below I think 478. The point would be 478 is the actual cut score. 2 standard errors of measure below that to make sure that we are 98% sure that the cut score is right. And I would think, and we had this discussion, y'all remember when we adopted it, is that we would eventually move to 1 standard error of measure below. And eventually, hopefully, to just that. So when you say revisit the cut score, it's not so much looking at the 478 and saying, oh, let's make it now 468 or 492. I mean, you don't just choose another number, but getting closer to the actual 478 over time. It takes, the more administrations you do, the tighter that gets. And so
Well,
I
the
would think
standard
we would
error
need-
even now would be, I think it was 17. I think, Dr. Reynolds, you asked that question. And you're right, every time you give that assessment, the standard error shrinks. And so if now, I believe we said the proficiency score was 486. And so now it's not 17 anymore, 2 standard errors, it's less than 17.
No,
So
I don't think that's right, on reading.
I'm just on the reading.
Yeah.
Right,
So
just on the reading.
The cut score on reading didn't change.
Right.
Still 2 standard errors of measure below.
But the standard errors have changed. So the score is less. I mean, I won't debate that. I'm fine with keeping the score. I just want to know, when is our target date for revisiting that?
Well,
As I would understand
we'll
it,
go back to the psychometricians, but yes.
psychometrics, the standard error measurement might have changed, but we adopted a student standard error measurements at 17. So if we want to revisit, we can revisit on 2 components. One, the standard error measurement, so what the new score would be, or we could reduce and we could change from 2 standard error measurements to only 1, depending on what the error measurement is. And I don't have that data, but I think that's a valid question. And I'm not sure we have to wait 2 years, Dr. Mackey, but maybe perhaps you do will look.
We don't. We have the ability to go ahead and address it.
I said I don't think we do. I'm not
I'm
disagreeing.
not disagreeing, I'm agreeing with you, actually.
Thank you. I'm just trying to get clarity. I'm sorry, but I'm just trying to take what you ask and put it in factual expectation. Can we expect a report on this by December? Answer her question. When we're gonna revisit it, or how we're gonna revisit it, what are the parameters of revisiting it?
I think your second question was even more important.
Those cut scores are revisited on an annual basis. We just revisited this past summer. So what happens is this coming year, remember, we just implemented new ELA standards. So we will be revisiting actually in June of 2023. So at that point in time, and we're constantly looking at, and what people don't always know, is that we're constantly having the standard setting meetings and things of that nature to come in and look at questions all throughout the year. Those are actually coming up in the next few weeks or so. So look at the questions like Dr. Mackey just stated. So it's a constant review of every single thing, and if at any point when we see, or the statisticians see, that we need to make some adjustments, those adjustments at that point in time will be made. But also keeping in mind, in the process, you don't want to make changes too abruptly, too quickly, because if you do, many times students may test one way one year, and then the next year they may test totally different from that, and then you're constantly changing the measurement stick. So it all has to work simultaneously together to ensure that whatever decision we're making is a sound decision, is a valid decision, and it's a consistent decision. Otherwise, every year you'll be sliding up and down as it relates to the scale, and you have to start at some point in the beginning. So we are really still in the infancy stages of it, as Dr. Mack has stated, but we revisit it on an annual basis. So at that point in time, if we see there's certain things that need to be adjusted, it can be adjusted at that point in time.
And so the reading test, of course, is a very specific subtest. Remember that the retention goes into effect in 24. So one of the good things about it being delayed, and I know pros and cons, but is that by the time the retention is in place, we'll have much more consistency and accuracy in the data. Now anyway, we'll get with DRC and look at that, but it won't be, I don't want to commit to do it in December, because they were here last month, but I think maybe getting them back in the spring or even after the third administration would probably be the best thing to do next summer after the third administration.
Well, and I agree, I should have asked the question last time. I didn't get the answer to the percentage correct until I think it was in our board questions. And so I didn't realize that it was quite so low. at the time, or I would have asked it last week, and I apologize, or not, last month. But secondly, are parents informed of where their student is? And then is there an expansion of services provided for those students who are struggling readers?
Yes, so whoever told you, and I mean, you always send these people to us, whoever told you that the only people that could come to their summer reading program were people who scored below the cut score do not understand the Alabama Reading Initiative. That's a principal or somebody else, who may not be a principal, tell you that, who does not understand the law or the reading initiative. We have opportunities for students outside of, who score above the 452. Lots of them. Now, there may be students that don't come. I mean, I visited a summer school that had very low attendance, and the principal said that because the retention was delayed this year, the parents, principal's word, the parents would rather just let the kids sleep late and watch TV than come to summer school. And this is one of the lowest performing schools in the state. And that's why it's low performing, because it's not because the teachers there are bad or the principal doesn't care. It's because there's a culture of low expectation among the parents, and you're trying to change that culture, which is probably why we have the retention piece, to try to force a change in that. But nevertheless, there are opportunities for students above who score above that cut score. And they should get, now, on reading specifically, the retention, it's above or below the cut score, and people do look at that. But remember, they're getting a full report on ELA, which also includes writing and comprehension, beyond just basic reading skills, and they're getting that in multiple grades too. So yes, parents are getting, no parent should believe that just because my child was not retained, they're doing great. Now, I'm not saying parents don't believe that, and I can't attest to how every elementary school in the state's rolling it out, but they should be getting a more clear picture of where their child is on the spectrum of reading and English language arts, mathematics, and everything else. And they should be getting more data than that. They're formative assessments. They're done throughout the year. They're required by law through third grade. They should be getting those data. So I would say if you have a principal that says, I'm not informing my parents about how their children are doing in reading, you got to tell us. We'll send an AR. I won't go and hang, draw, and quarter them, but we'll send an AR, regional specialist to them, and say, look, this is what you should be doing.
And do they get enough funding? Because I think that was a part of the issue too. They felt like if they began expanding beyond the cut score, they might not get the funding to pay for summer reading camp, to pay for those tutors. And there was some anxiety that if they widened it too much, it would bust their budget.
They had extra dollars earmarked from the state.
There's two, we gave money, we took out of our ESSER set aside enough to pay for every kid who was required to go, plus some. And as y'all know, there are $2 billion of unspent ESSER funds. So if somebody says, I don't have the money to teach kids to read, again, I'd like for you to refer them to me, because I'd like to help them see how they might adjust their plan to help teach kids to read.
And Dr. Mackey, just to add a little bit to what you indicated on the ARI piece, the early assessments, that was the large picture that triggered the notification to the parents. And they started that notification for summer learning based on those early assessment final data sets. So all of that piece, they did not just rely on the reading component. It was not that. Those early assessments were the trigger, and throughout the year, when we say give it 3 times at a minimum, that's those notification points to the parents.
Right. So if they're not notifying parents, that could be you've uncovered an issue. Well, we just need to send somebody in and help that person understand how it all works together. Now, we've had people say, well, we've got plenty of money to do what we need to do for kids now, but after the ESSER funds go away and in 2025 we may not. Well, I say, well, why don't we teach the kids, the ones that are in elementary school now, let's teach them to read, and then we'll worry in 2025 if the money runs out, what we do then. But it doesn't make sense to say I'm not going to do reading programs now because I'm afraid I won't have the money to do it later this decade. It's just, we just gotta.
Well, and one last request on this.
May I comment on that concept of what the parents know? Dr. McCarty, one of the things that many of us face in public education and in all education is a thing called grade inflation. And I think somehow if the scores on the tests are poor and the kid got an overall B average, something's wrong. And one of the schools I visited in my district had nobody pass for a couple of years. But when I asked the overall grade point average for those students, it was like 2.8. Now, not a single child passed a section of that test. How would the parents have known they weren't doing well if their average grade point average is 2.8? And I know that's a real world because I visited that school, and when I was told what I perceived to be valid answers but having some deficiencies, I began to delve into how you compare grades, actual grades a child gets home. Because I faced that as a school administrator. The teacher said, I want to give good grades because I want them to have good self-concepts. There were good self-concepts, they just couldn't read and do math. They just thought they could. So part of the function of the ALSDE and the in-services are to try to look at the grade point averages and what is happening with the grades the children are receiving and how well they correlate with the results of test scores. Because if they don't, then it's a whole more complex and significant issue. And that's why I'm saying, what does that 37% indicate? And that's their score on the test. But they've got an A or B plus or B. What should their grade be if they made that low of a grade?
Well, and to your point, you're right. You're right on point.
And you're a professor, so you know the pressure of giving better grades, true?
I do, but I don't. But
I said the pressure, not compliance.
But yes, and many of our schools are trying, and with success, competency standards grading, and it addresses your point. Did you achieve competency on this standard? Yes or no? And then, and some schools have done away with grades, right? Because to your point, it's like, yes, you did know, you knew what the Pythagorean theorem is and how to apply it in a situation, or you did not, yes or no. And so some schools totally agree with what you're saying, Dr. Reynolds, and have changed the way that they grade and have gotten away from letter grades. But my request is, can I get a report, and just a number, but to show the percent of children who were below the cut score in reading who attended summer reading camp?
Oh yeah, we've got that.
Okay, good.
Well,
I'd like to know how many who were below the cut score who actually went
the whole time.
Right, and so if I could have that, and again, it doesn't have to be a report, just a number would be fine.
We all want it.
Okay.
But thank you.
Sure. And I'm still, may I, if I'm piggybacking
No,
on
she's
her?
going to ask the other question about how we can broaden. Did we answer that one yet?
Well, I think they're sort of doing
We'll
that.
get that, yeah, we've got it.
I'm sorry.
I'm good, I'm good.
I'm not only on that.
Right.
And I still think that there's a lot of uncertainty or questioning the difference between sufficiency and proficiency. I don't know why we need to even call it sufficient. Either you're proficient in knowing it or you're not. I think whenever we give a fallback term, we're complicating it. So I don't know from when that came or why it came to fruition, but I'm thinking that a lot of parents do not understand first of all, why it came to being, but why, but why do we? Either the child is proficient and therefore capable, and this is what we want. We want them proficient. When they've mastered that skill, that they can go on and be a productive, viable student at the next grade level. When we throw in sufficiency, that's not being a true, clear-cut answer.
So
in my
the Literacy Act requires grade level, not proficiency. So proficiency, remember, is a high-level word. Proficiency means basically your A students and AB students. Wouldn't include your B students, your A or AB students. That's proficiency. And when you look at, you tie it to the NAEP data, proficiency is a very high bar. Obviously, if you said we're going to hold back every child who is a D, C, or B student, you'd hold back a lot of children. So grade level and proficiency are not the same. Now they use the word sufficiency in place of grade level because it's a technical term.
We had four quartiles, and the 2, 3, and 4 were sufficiency and proficiency, as I recall, right?
No, on reading you only have 2.
Oh,
it's just reading. It's just 2. You either have sufficient, you're sufficient to move on, or you're not. Remember, we only measure reading in 2 grades, 2nd and 3rd.
But math has a 4.
Math has 4, and English language arts has 4, and science has 4. But reading is only a subtest of the English language arts test.
But it is a false reading. Yeah,
and we would have, and the Literacy Act doesn't allow us to use an English language arts score. It says grade level in reading. So that's why we have to use a subtest, and we have to use grade level. Sufficiency is just another word for grade level. So I understand what you're saying, but
this is coming from a blue ribbon school principal.
I just think it causes confusion. So I'll talk to, Terry and Alan, because it doesn't give, if we've always looked at the 4 levels and then suddenly we go to 2, it doesn't give a true reading. To the parents, you can't suddenly be changing, that's where they get confused.
Can we see what the parents get? I'd like to see, but it's 1 and 2 for reading, and then it's 1, 2, 3, 4 for everything else. I don't know what the parents get to know how clear it is.
No, I think it's a good.
Okay, remember, when we left No Child Left Behind, No Child Left Behind was very regimented and only measured reading and math. When No Child Left Behind was replaced by the Every Student Succeeds Act, ESSA, y'all did an ESSA plan. Mr. Sennett started it. Dr. Richardson was here when we finished it. We went away from measuring math and reading to measuring math and English language arts, because ESSA is a more broad measure, not just reading, but you're also looking at writing and looking at other components. Then when the Literacy Act passed, the Literacy Act said we're going to determine whether children move from 3rd grade to 4th grade only on reading. So it doesn't match up with our ESSA plan or our test. So to make the 2, to bridge the 2, we said to our vendor, and paid a lot of money for it, within our ELA test, create a reading subtest and give us a reading score that is extrapolated from the ELA test. So for the measures that count on accountability, on the report card, for federal reporting, for everything that shows up on the website, everything that counts in the school grade, there are 4 distinct, 4 levels.
Right.
1, 2, 3, 4, English language arts and mathematics.
Right.
But to determine whether a child passes to the 4th grade, it's just above or below. It's above or below. And so, but somebody should look, and and they statistically do, you're not going to have a child who scores, make a number up, 452 is the cut score. Let's say they score a they score a 300 on reading, way below the cut score. But they're in level 4 on ELA. I mean, it just doesn't happen. So you can look at somebody's ELA score, pretty closely predict whether they'll be reading in grade level or not. Ideally, in my world, we would have used the ELA test to determine proficiency and whether a child passed to 4th grade. So we would be looking at reading, comprehension, and writing.
And writing, I agree.
But the law doesn't say that. The law says we must use a reading. I know y'all are frustrated, but I'm just implementing the law.
Well, the writer of the law just left, so we should perhaps get with this guy.
Sorry, I don't mean to, anyway, it's just, it is what it is. And we will get you the parent reports, so that's a very good question. To get the parent reports, what they look like. So they're good questions, and I understand if you're if you're a parent who doesn't have any education training, it's confusing enough anyway.
And then all they hear is, if my child doesn't do this, they're gonna be retained. The whole concept is just throwing them under the bus because that's what they hear. And that's what's so sad, instead of saying, we can get your child where they need to be. Will you help us and send them to the summer program, the afternoon or morning or whatever? It's, again, that conversation about what's best for your child.
But they do want to, I think it was a good thing, I think,
just pulling out the
to moving away from the narrow focus of NCLB, and y'all know I was not a fan of NCLB, but saying we're going to not just measure where the children are reading, but also whether they can write, whether they know grammar, whether they can comprehend. I think those were good additions to make it wider. It's just that because of that, we've had to be able to bridge back to the Literacy Act.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Ms. Ziegler?
No, that was my frustration, thank you.
We should want to share with all of us.
I do. It's my responsibility to share with you. It is.
I have another question. Incidentally, just if you don't think that people pay attention to us, I got I'll read you this because I got an email from the Dean of Athens State University. And he said, one of the most beneficial suggestions from the Barksdale report was their thorough review of reading textbooks. As you see in the report, there's a helpful chart that demonstrates which texts are aligned, not aligned with the science of reading. Within a week of receiving the report, our literacy team met and used the chart to immediately change our textbooks so that they are fully aligned with SOR. 100% of their texts are now aligned. So
that's wonderful.
The one dean couldn't explain it. Another dean sent me an email. He said he wanted me to know. That's not my question. My question is, I was just giving you.
Is it even a preface to the question?
No, that's nothing to do with that. Except Dr. Bartarian listens to me and I have to go back and report to him. So I know that part of what we discussed was the permanent substitutes as intern teachers. And just out of a point of curiosity, I asked for data on which schools had permanent subs as interns. And then subsequent to that, I got numbers. Many schools had 0. Then I asked for data on those schools. I asked for some schools that had seemingly large numbers. And it came back, and with that came your notification to them about what they had to do to have these permanent subs. And Dr. Mackey wrote an excellent letter, and it was very clear that these determinations were the sole responsibility of the Institute of Higher Education. And in that report, there were documents where the school superintendent had to assert that he could not employ a teacher. He couldn't find a teacher. And some of them were suspect to me. And I think I sent you some of those lists and might have told you who I was suspect to. But I'm meeting with one of the deans, and he was going to share it to them. Actually, I've been part of the community of 2 of those large schools, large numbers of schools. So I don't know what we're doing if their certifications are not appropriate. I know that's their responsibility, but when we get stuff that's suspicious, and I haven't called the superintendent to say, are you sure you can't find a teacher? Because I have a reason to believe that one of them, at least one, is not true. What are we doing? You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It's not a surprise to you, I'm sorry.
Well, as you've mentioned, we've made it very clear whose responsibility is to verify that, so.
But if they're not doing the right things, and they're got out there and these interns are being full-time teachers in a less than honorable relationship, we get those persons, are we dealing with the fact that they're an illegitimate intern based on the criteria you set forth? What do we do after that?
Nobody has reported a name or
I'm going to in a minute then. I don't want to say it in public because he'll be watching me on the line. You know who I'm concerned about.
I mean, I can't.
Dr. Rotarian.
If a dean and a superintendent sign a letter saying this is the truth, and I don't know what we're supposed to do with that unless somebody can say it's not the truth and I can prove it. I can prove that they falsified paperwork.
Well, my suggestion is you determine where that student is placed. And if it's reasonable to believe that they can't find a teacher, or I'll go and look at them for you.
Well, you can do that if you want to. The responsibility falls back on the dean. If you want to, I would meet, if you believe that a dean has falsified paperwork.
I've already met with him and I'm waiting to see what the next step is.
Okay.
But I don't know what my responsibilities are as a state board member, but I guess I've got a huge staff that works for you, Dr. Mackey, that can help me to not make trouble, because it's hard for me to not do the wrong thing. And you're smiling over there, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And Mr. Markham developed the report for me, so he knows who's on the list, right?
I got it for you.
Well, we
I mean, I don't know where to go from here. Help me out, Dr. Mackey.
I don't know that.
Because I know that everybody's watching what I'm saying, so at least Dr. Bartarian is.
I don't know how to follow up with that. Next question.
Next question.
I've got a question.
Dr. Shoemaker.
Thank God you. Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to say, I don't think there's anything to do with deans falsifying information, because all we're saying on that is that the intern is available. And the superintendent is saying that they cannot find a teacher.
I understand.
We're saying the intern is available, and the intern actually has to sign as well and say what they realize they have to do. So the deans are definitely not falsifying any.
Well, I didn't say anybody would. I said the data may not be accurate. There may not be truth all the way down to the student and to the school. And I don't want to have to go and visit a superintendent with the documentation, because I already dealt with it. I mean, the dean's familiar with my concerns. And I made the list public to every other board member, and we'll leave it there. So if you want me to do the investigation, Dr. Mackey, I'll be glad to. I'll be visiting a couple of superintendents.
I have a question on a totally different topic.
That's a good idea. I need to go online.
This is a teacher who has been after me the last 3 months to ask this question. And so she has expressed and brought in some of her friends to also express concern that, and her parents as well, that social studies and science are not being given enough time in elementary school. And she gave an example. In her 5th grade math class, there was a math problem that used parakeets in the example. She said that 63 of 72 5th grade students did not know what a parakeet was. And so that was one example.
2 keys.
And
I have one key here and he's got the other key over.
then she also said that 85% of her children did not know the difference between a county, state, country, and continent.
You're telling me this is a teacher?
This is a teacher.
And
Yes, she
teaching
gave me,
children.
I've been to her classroom.
She is teaching social studies, and she told a state board member her kids don't know the
She
difference
says
in a
her
county and a state.
principal and other
like
teachers
something on
came to
TV.
me as well, saying they are not given enough time to focus on social studies and science. That that the Literacy Act, which we all believe is very important.
What grade level is this, ma'am?
Fifth grade.
And the importance of teaching reading, that they've added more time for reading blocks. Then the Numeracy Act comes down the pike. Now they've added more time for math. And so she says, guess what gets shoved out? She said social studies first, it hits the trail, and then next science. And so she's asking for advice, from the department. How can especially elementary teachers carve out more time for social studies and science in elementary school when they have the demands of the Literacy Act and now the Numeracy Act? How can they do that? And then she also expressed frustration. She was trying to find PD in social studies and could not find any PD. And I asked at Mega Conference what sort of PD was social studies teachers, and I did not find, I looked through that booklet and I could not find a lot of professional development for teachers in social studies.
Dr. McCarty, Ms. West says she has the answer.
No, I don't have the answer. I do
a
not.
response.
I
I'm
don't
sorry.
have the answer. I get frustrated sometimes when I hear things like this because there's a way to use social studies and science to teach reading and mathematics.
But can we share this with our teachers? Right, it's nonfiction, right? So you can read and comprehend nonfiction
Doing this
text.
for years.
But I'm not
I'm
sure
not a
the
teacher.
message is getting out to the teachers, and so
We
how
probably need
can
to
we?
follow up with that teacher. If you'll get that teacher to Sean, give it to Miss Martin. We'll get them some help. It sounds like a teacher that
It's frustrating.
She's very
frustrated.
Wants help, and that's what we want to do.
Just send her information to me.
And
No
if we
follow-up.
can,
You
if you
missed
can
a
send
good
me some
question.
PD sessions for
sorry.
social studies,
I was actually in there.
I'll send them on, to her
We
as
wanna make
well.
sure she gets
we
it.
will. We need to get her some
So
specific
send her information to me.
So thank you,
Absolutely.
thank you.
Yes.
All right.
An educator.
Okay, Doc.
You wanna go down these?
I'll wait.
Do y'all want a break? You wanna keep going?
Keep going.
We're gonna,
Let's keep going.
since you told her she had to be finished with 2, she left. So now there's still a quorum here, so let's keep going.
Most of my staff are gone, so if any staff are out there and you could go get me a cup of coffee, please, before my voice
They're
goes,
in there,
bring me
but
something.
it's the coolest thing. You can be in two places at once.
Yeah, and it's
If you
about
let-
3 minutes behind.
I know, if you walk in there, you can see your
Come, baby.
That's who
So-
you were.
It's like,
Your chauffeur's going to get your coffee.
it's fun.
Jason's going to get your
Okay.
coffee.
So, item 3, I gave this to you last month, but it was the very last thing, so we moved it to the top of the agenda this time,
Oh, your pin's right.
close to the top.
She gets frustrated now.
So, this comes as a request, this is a part of the Workforce Council's goals to look at teacher and student attendance. Of course, we collect student attendance, but we do not collect teacher attendance. We don't have a way to do it other than survey the districts, but this would be a resolution that would set up a process, and we would follow up. We've already obviously started talking internally about how to do this, but we would start asking the districts to report to us annually teacher attendance. There's a lot of misinformation out there around teacher attendance. For instance, I've been told multiple times, I don't know how this number keeps getting around, that teachers miss 20% of the time or something. Well, we know that teachers we know how much leave they earn. I mean, they earn a day of sick leave a month, and they earn usually 2 days a year of other leave. So that's 11 days if a teacher is really taking 36 days off in a year, they have to take them unpaid. I don't believe the majority of our teachers are working unpaid leave. So, but what happens in most schools, I testify from being in one, the teachers accumulate leave, and then say a teacher has a baby. When I was a principal, that was a common thing. Every year I'd have people out, and they might, for that year, use months of leave. Sure. But then they didn't use other. In all my years as a principal and superintendent, I only had one teacher who took unpaid leave because she simply just ran out of leave and had to take it unpaid. But anyway, here's the problem though. We get these anecdotal stories that become urban myths. And so if we start collecting that data through survey, the districts would just give us a survey once a year on teacher attendance, then we would have real numbers that we could look at. We would propose starting this next year. We'd have to build a little portal for them to go in and enter the data. But now the districts do keep the data because they have to keep it through payroll. And now all the districts have this data. It's just a matter of this would be the board reacting to Workforce Council saying, yes, we're going to collect those data. And we would have to build a portal to do it. It's not like it's because we're managing 55,000 people's leave now. We're collecting it.
Wow. So
it's not just a matter of, go do a doodle survey. It would be something else to do, but we can do it.
So this is coming from when the gentleman came?
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Yes.
Now, have we heard from each of or around the superintendents and around the state, were they?
I brought it only to you first.
Okay.
I have not discussed this with superintendents or school boards.
We're talking about item 3 now?
Item 4.
Well, my question was though,
Yes,
Eric,
sorry, ma'am.
It's okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
It's okay. The concern came from them. Our superintendents and our principals, is that an issue that was with them, or is it one that came just from the?
Not an issue we're hearing from superintendents.
That's what I thought. I hadn't heard that.
I don't either.
We've not heard it from the
Just one?
superintendent.
Yeah, that's not.
Well,
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify, were we hearing it from other sources or was it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Now, we did, let me go back a year, we were hearing that younger teachers were burning their leave because the legislature fixed it where they couldn't use it toward
Right.
retirement,
And they
but
fixed
they
that.
changed
Right.
that.
And that's okay.
So since then,
So
I've
we
heard
fixed that.
0 complaints.
Got
and we're not going to, the next step is not going to be recommending visiting students in their homes.
To make sure they're safe.
Yeah, that was one of the
Hello.
calls that I got, and I thought, there are just some places that would not be a good idea, and I didn't necessarily, but
That's a local.
that was,
Right.
yeah.
Yes,
that's-
ma'am. It would not be. No,
Well,
ma'am.
I can think of all sorts of problems, so.
Yes, ma'am. Good question. So look at it and think about it. I mean, we should talk about it more now, but let me know, it would not be a rule change. We're just proposing it to be a resolution to basically, tell the department to start collecting those data.
And it might prove that it's not an issue.
Right, I think it might.
I agree.
I think it might actually put it to rest.
I think so. And that's the only reason I'm not worrying about it.
Item 4, sir. You want me to go to item 4? So item 4 is back to the CCR discussion. And as you know, that should be up in November for a final vote. The 45 days is up. As you can imagine, we really not had, when y'all have talked to people I know, I have talked to most of you about it since the initial vote, but if you've called, I've talked to everybody who's called about it, and answered some questions. We've had, mostly they've been questions around specific things, like you've met with somebody, could this count, could that count? But there's not been a lot of outside, other than what I've gotten from y'all, I've gotten almost nothing. We did get some information from SSA. Ryan talked to superintendents and did a survey, and they identified, they were, I don't want to say Whitney's here, but the majority were supportive of doing something, but some did say, I'll have to make some changes, or there are some barriers I'll have to overcome, I'll have to add programs. Is that kind of a decent stipulation of it? There were some just opposed, but most were not opposed, but many said, I'll have to make changes to put this in place. And so that's why, obviously, we asked for some grant money. I've talked to several of you about how the grants would be done. They would be open to everybody. They would be targeted to college and career readiness only. Every high school could apply. They would not be, now we already have 2 programs for career tech, one for equipment and one for programmatic things. And those have gone out for this year. Dr. Hull's team can go through those. But this could be used for career tech, but it could also be used for dual enrollment. It could be used for any CCR, for adding more advanced placement courses, those kind of things. We're concurrently having a conversation with the Computer Science Task Force about trying to increase the options for computer science principles. Is that the one? Computer science principles across the state as an AP course. And of course, if they pass that, that counts automatically. We've had lots of questions about dual enrollment, trying to get more dual enrollment options out there. So anyway, we don't usually, some y'all know the rules, we don't usually bring this back on a work session after it comes work session, then the intent to approve, and then it just shows up 2 months later. But I felt like it's a big enough topic that I at least needed to bring it back to a work session for your discussion, and then, Are
there any comments on item 4? Hearing none, move to item 5.
Will there be consideration for
Wait,
those?
I didn't give you long enough.
Yeah, you didn't really want.
I'm sorry. I apologize. It was my indiscretion again.
Yes, ma'am.
Will there be any consideration for those school systems that need additional support? I've spoken with several superintendents, and some of them are concerned because the funding for the additional courses will take away from the units they're getting through foundation. They don't have local funding, and all of that has to be taken under consideration. Will there be any emphasis in making sure that schools have what they need in order to fully implement this new requirement?
Yes, ma'am. Good question. So the grants could be used to help set that up, but let me give an example how current grant programs work. So we have a big arts grant program, and we have 2 career tech grant programs. And so let's say a district comes to us, Dr. Hull, he may have to speak more to this, but essentially they come to us, they want to add a new program, and they write a grant, and we may help them buy a big piece of equipment. I think the equipment grants are limited to $50,000, so they, some of the equipment pieces are like $600,000. But we can either help them buy a piece of equipment or buy them a piece of equipment. We may be able to help them even in rare situations. We fund them a teacher for a year to kick it off. But long term, we are not funding them a teacher forever. We're helping them set it up. They know that they're going to have to convert that to a local unit over time. So I want to be careful about that. We could help set it up, but that's different if they have to sustain it. Now, the unit issue is something we've talked about every year. Y'all talked about it again this year. Could we get dedicated career tech units built into the foundation program? And Representative Collins, I know she's gone now, but she mentioned to y'all at the retreat that there's some talk, and there's all this talk about maybe a new funding model, and that would be a part of that, I think, because the Tennessee model is what everybody's looking at, and it includes that. But, we're a long way from that. So I guess the best answer is that we would have to work with them individually and look and see what we can do to help them. Now, right now, districts, everybody knows, and we've come up already, there is a lot of money out there, federal money, to help set programs up. But that money will be gone in 25.
Exactly.
And that's one reason I think the grant program could be helpful, because if it kicks in 24, then we would still have some money to help people as the ESSER funds disappear. but it would not, obviously it's not, we're talking $25 million compared to $2 billion. So it is not a substitute for it.
Could the grants be used for capital improvement and then they would build in the sustainability
Yes, ma'am.
piece?
They could be. So let's say they wanted to go. In fact, I use this example with superintendents. We had a superintendent who had a high-quality welding program, and he had like 20 machines, and he had his instructor said, "I can teach 35 kids per session, but I only have 20 machines, and I have to have more bays, more machines." So we've already taken care of that one, but we're able to help them get money. They actually expanded their shop. They had more welding machines, but they didn't have to add another instructor. They already had an instructor. They're just expanding the program. So the money could be used for those kinds of things. So if they're one-time expenses, absolutely. But that sustainability is still a question that people always ask. Same way we do with arts grants. I know we're not talking about arts, but actually we've got a lot of schools interested in offering AP arts classes now as a way to do this for their artsy kids. How do we get them a CCR? So we can help them set up an art program, buy the equipment, get a lab in place, and sometimes the grants even help pay for a teacher. But then sustainability goes back to the district over time. So it's going to be long-term sustainability discussions. But I do think, I think dual enrollment, there's a lot of promise for dual enrollment courses out there. And the two-year system has reached out to us and asked for some meetings to talk about what dual enrollment could look like. I think we got a meeting on the calendar. Not just technical, but all dual enrollment courses. There are some specific kind of, essential skill development things out there that, and some of them the two-year colleges are doing, but they don't necessarily give credit for them. So they have to be credit bearing to count for dual enrollment. So we're talking about a few of those. And then while I'm going on, I need to say special ed. We have had several discussions about special ed, and we've been talking with the rehabilitation services to make sure that those students who are in a specialized program that leads to a diploma. Now we have certificate kids, and that would be different. They have an individual program that they follow, but if they're in a program that leads to a diploma, we want to make sure there's also an appropriate CCR for them. A lot of those will be work-based learning sort of things, but we've had a couple of conversations with them, and we'll keep talking about making sure that there's a pathway for those students.
Dr.
I think
House.
somebody else had a question.
I do, and I'm so apologize. I had misplaced, and it was right where Nora put it, so it was in the right place. It was just me. I hate to go back, but I have to just say this for a second. The attendance policy resolution. Our ESSA plan, like it states in here, says that we have a goal of reducing chronic absenteeism to no more than 5% by 2030. And then in the actual ESSA plan, they show, like each year, we have targets for it going down. Right? And so our report card, I believe, has absenteeism is a small part, but it's a part. Chronic absenteeism on there. Do we adjust it each year to reflect the ESSA plan? Because it's like, I mean, I know you can't see the graph from here, but it shows a declining, each year it gets less and less. And so that we don't just boom in 2030, jump to 5%, from 10%. So it's a sort of a gradual thing. And we could have adjusted our ESSA plan since. This ESSA plan may be.
I don't think we've adjusted the chronic absenteeism target. I think that's still
it's
right.
So this is still.
So the locals, what the local schools get is a percentage of their report card. Yes, it's based on the chronic absenteeism. their goal doesn't change every year, so it's like 5%. I don't remember what their target is.
It was like
No,
10% started
Let me
out
see.
of 180, so 18 days, and then it goes down to 9 days by 2030.
No, it's always 18 days. So chronic absenteeism is defined as 10% of the school year. What goes down is, let's say you start out with 10% of your kids are chronically absent. The next year, you want to reduce that so that by 2030, no more than 5% of your students are missing 18 days. The number of days doesn't change, it's the number of students missing 18 days or more.
Thank you. That is not clear to me in reading this.
Sorry about that.
But thank you for that. And also.
And COVID, let me say this,
Yes.
if I may. COVID absences don't count. That came up, there's been a question from superintendent, so we put a special code in to the attendance portal. And so if a child is quarantined for 10 days because of COVID, and y'all know we had children that were quarantined 2 or 3 times, and so they would automatically have tanked your chronic absenteeism. But we put in a special code so that COVID quarantines do not count. But I learned this week that we had school systems that weren't properly coding their kids, and so they had coded them as absent when they should have been coded as COVID.
Oh, no.
So anyway, some of them are having to change their procedures on that. I don't think it was a lot of districts, but in fact, none of them owned up to it, but there were enough questions around it that they obviously had some real concerns about it. So, but help us spread that message. Well, I told all the superintendents we've sent it in writing to them, but we're going to continue to emphasize that they need to mark COVID kids as COVID. Now, unfortunately, the way chronic absenteeism works, that's only for COVID. So let's say a child has the flu and they're out. Then those days count as chronic absenteeism because it's not excused or unexcused, it's were they at school or not.
Okay.
So even if you had the flu, and let's say you missed 5 days, and you had, you had some other problem and you were out, then somebody could legitimately be out for 18 days, but it was legitimate. To counter that, let's say, if a child has surgery on their knee and they're out for 6 weeks, that should not count because that child should now have a 504 plan or otherwise be covered under ongoing services, homebound services. So they would, if they're on homebound services, they're getting school at home, so they're not counted absent.
Right.
So.
Well, and one positive, and I'd like to see how often this is used and where it's used. In one school system, they've had great success with using the Helping Families Initiative in improving they have a big problem with student attendance. And since they've engaged this program, which I had not heard of until they told me about it, it has been hugely successful. And I'd like to know how many schools are taking advantage of that.
Well,
because I did not know about it.
I will be glad to get you a report, and I can get you a personal conversation with former state board member John Tyson, and he will talk about it to your heart's content.
He'll invite you down to Mobile.
That's right.
They'll come to your house.
John Tyson will take you to Mobile. Buy you a drink.
So it's expanded some. The legislature expanded the funding for it, and actually gave them a dedicated line item. Their funding used to pass through the department. Well, it still does pass through the department, but it was a grant. Now they get their own line item, so it's growing pretty fast. I had a meeting with him and his team just in the last month, and we will get you that report.
Well, I was very impressed. I don't want to be punitive. I want to be helpful. I want to be supportive. And when I heard of this problem or this issue, and how they had come in and resolved it, I was very impressed. But I didn't know how widespread their services were. So thank you.
So they are in about half the counties. And it works through, it works through the district attorney's office. Thank you so much. I want to say, AG, it's through the district attorney's office. And as you know, district attorneys have different districts, like yours, I think Calhoun and Cleveland had one circuit, and so they go into that circuit. But as John was telling us the other day, sometimes, so they may be in your circuit, but all the high schools in your circuit might not participate. So superintendent has to make that decision. But they're in about half the counties, I think. We'll get you that. I think Nick just held it up. He's got a good map of it, and they've got an expansion plan where they're going next.
Excellent.
You can, if you just want to type in Alabama Helping Families Initiative, it pops right up, and it's got a map on there that shows all the counties and so
What, tell me the schools?
Tells you the LEA.
It tells you.
LEA, okay.
I think, I'll have to ask, we'll get it from John, but I think he said once they go into an LEA, they go into every high school in that LEA. That's one of their requirements. But they may not be in every LEA in the circuit.
In the health, you're right.
But we'll
Incidentally, just to understand, Dr. Chestnut left early, and she left early with a message. I need to leave early. I have a dear friend that is in critical condition, and the family is requesting immediate prayer. And
She told us at lunch.
she's very conscientious, and that's why she didn't want me to cut her off the question, because she's going to be having to leave. But remember her too.
Ms. Bell had a commitment before.
And the rules are, once you establish a quorum, if it falls for it, you still keep operating. I think that's the current Robert rule, right?
Yes, and actually, the quorum doesn't even apply to the work session. We
But
just
if
keep
you
going.
wonder about it, we're still operating under.
Okay, so.
Keep moving. Can we go to number 5?
Yes.
Five is
Please,
alternative teacher prep organizations. Now, we've been talking about this for many months. I almost hate that we're having this conversation after so many people have left. But so we have this has gone back and forth many times. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not exactly clear where most everybody is. But at this point, we have gone back to what the deans requested. Several of you asked for that previous work session, which would mean that these alternative organizations would have to be both CHIP and CAPE accredited. Am I right?
Yeah.
Which essentially means you're shutting them down and saying we're not doing any outside alternative organization. That is fine if that's what the board wants to do, but I feel obligated to warn you that the legislature passed a bill and initially was going to cut the board out of it. And if we say we don't care what the legislature passed, we're cutting them out anyway, we may get another bill. But that's fine.
Dr. Mackey, since there's still a level of controversy, and I don't want to be blamed for staying forever, and we've had several people meeting, can we put this on the work agenda for next month?
We can, yes, sir.
Unless there's an objection,
I think that's a good
I think we
idea.
need to continue.
I'm good with that, yeah,
And
because.
Yvette will be back, and I mean,
Yes,
more of us.
and that's one of the reasons I say, because I know Dr. Chestnut and Dr. Richardson both had a lot of input in that, and I almost hate to kind of make a decision about setting next month's agenda, so I think.
You're looking at how practice supplies, and
Yes, sir.
there's a concept of free enterprise and a whole lot of concepts that worthy of discussion.
Dr. Mackey,
It'll
could
come
we
back
get,
next month.
next month, could we
Yes.
get a copy of the law too, to see
Yes.
exactly what
We'll get
they
it.
ask us to do?
We'll send
I
you a
think that
copy
might
of the
be
law
helpful.
before next month.
Please.
So item 5 will be continued.
Item 5 will be
good.
continued to next month's work.
Item
They're
6.
packing up.
6 and 7.
Wait a minute.
We know what the needs were.
Oh, wait. I don't know. On the never.
We have a few left. So 6 and 7 are courses of study. And we're back to,
They're not dean.
no, they're our folks. They're our folks.
There's staff after 5, right?
Last month,
Not yet.
last year you only approved, and all we're doing right now are career tech course of study. So we start in 23 with, back to our regular schedule on core courses. Yes, we'll have science, and then after that, social studies. So
Science is 2023.
2023 is science, and there's another career tech. Remember the way we're doing career tech now, you'll be doing them forever, because there's 16 And rather than doing all 16 at once, we said we're gonna break them up. So by the time we get finished with them, they'll start over. There will be a career tech one every year.
Okay.
Not an objection, but an observation on the career tech. There are no district. There's only no school teacher district 8. There is A&M, and there are 4 district 7. So I'm certain that Dr. Hull has a reason for leaving me out. But
Well, it's not Dr. Hall, but it
Who made
is so they're hard to find, especially in career tech. It is really hard to find people to serve on these committees, and sometimes they don't come out even. Remember, the law says, and this is a throwback to the 60s, when I understand, I was not here, state board districts and state congressional districts were the same.
They matched.
The law says it's congressional districts. It's about congressional districts. We have to have representation from every congressional district, and sometimes because the way they don't overlap, it makes it hard too. So, but you see at the bottom, we try to match them both out. Doesn't say it has to be equal representation. Every congressional district has to be represented. I don't know what to say other than that.
Which career tech is this?
I said I wasn't objecting.
I can't remember which one it is. Dr. Paul, do you remember which one we're doing, which clusters?
The one that's about to come up is, I know we're wrapping up cosmetology, hospitality and tourism, education and training. Arts, AV, communication.
We'll send it to you.
I know one of them is arts and AV because we're doing television production.
Thank you very much.
And one other question.
Uh-oh.
One time we talked about, especially the subjects like science, ELA, math, it's so intense, it's so much work. Remember we talked one time about maybe we need to bring them in the summer and then pay them a stipend for working on the course of study, or was that the textbook committee? It was, I know we talked about doing a different model because we're asking so much of these people, so much of their time, and it's, and then, you know, they often, they have to, it's a lot of sacrifice.
Yes, ma'am. So they come in, they start in January, and they meet every other month. So they'll start in January.
In person.
Yes, and then they have to, I wish Sean Stevens were down here, or Kathy, but they start in January, they actually meet in this room a lot, they divide up by grade level. And they'll have a report, they're supposed to have a report to us by November, I think, for the board work session. And then they make a presentation, usually in December, and ask the board to approve it in January. So
is anything coming up this November, December?
nothing.
No,
No.
just career
Well,
tech.
career tech, I'm
Career
sorry.
tech.
And
There'll
it's
be a career
arts,
tech.
AV and communication, human services, and health science.
And I remember that now, Dr. Mackey, the reason that we adjusted our schedule around the science adjustment, because we really, all of those clusters have several courses, particularly in health sciences, that may be able to.
That makes sense.
With crosswalk standards to be able to get science credit out of some of these courses in career tech.
That's good. That's
Yeah,
smart.
so I remember that now. That's why we adjusted.
That's good.
No, that's very good.
So 13 months from now, you'll be looking at a science course of study. Prepare.
Yes, I know. That's why I say they sacrifice a lot
Yeah.
to do this.
And so does
But I don't remember, there's one of them, you know, y'all wanted to change the textbook law, we did do that. I think in that, we were able to get permission to pay them a stipend.
Yeah, it was the textbook.
But I don't know that we can do a stipend for the course of
Until
study
we change
committee,
the law.
because it's a different right.
You're right. I'm sorry, I
But I'll
was
find
getting
out.
confused.
Yeah, we pay their expenses. The
Do we pay the
superintendents-
schools for like sub-pay?
I don't think we have traditionally, but I'll find out. I can ask.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Glad to. That'll be on the agenda to approve the committees. They're chaired by Dr. Coe, Dennis Coe, Superintendent Dothan for science, and Miss Lisa Cannell, the superintendent of Washington County, for career tech. I've talked to both of them, talked them both into it. It wasn't easy with either one of them.
I bet it was.
I bet it was.
Another question, Dr. Barcardi, can we move on?
Yes.
I don't want to stop you here. You're young.
So, item 8, the next ones are, so they're pretty fun things, yeah. So Special Education Inclusive Schools Week will be coming up in December, so we would vote on that in the November meeting. Recognition of our Blue Ribbon schools are the next 5. They are Alberta School in Baldwin County, Newton School in Dale County, Piedmont Elementary School in Piedmont City, Moody, I see St. Clair County, but isn't it Moody Elementary? Moody Elementary in St. Clair County, and Walter Jackson Elementary in Decatur.
They're gonna do it tomorrow morning, right?
So some of them are having their own ceremonies. Walter Jackson's having one tomorrow morning. I know Miss West went to the one at Newton last week, I think.
Yeah, they're starting to have their own.
Yeah, there's one, Piedmont has set their date. Dr. McCarty, I don't know if they've gotten you the date, but I am gonna go to that one. I was trying to go tomorrow morning, but I couldn't get up there and back in time for another commitment I'd made, but try to visit as many of them as we can. Then we have 2 resolutions to honor our advanced placement schools of excellence. And you'll see those listed. We did it this way rather than doing 24 separate resolutions. So, but each one of them will get a resolution, and we'll invite all of them to come down and get their individual resolution.
Jackson County.
These are schools that have met or exceeded their goals under A+ College Ready Advanced Placement. And we partner with A+ on this. We actually have the AP report, either have it now or it's coming soon. I know I talked to Mr. Stevens, Sean Stevens on Friday, and he's going to get it ready so we can mail it to you. And then if you want to have any questions about it or discussion about it at the November meeting, we can, but we're going to get the report out to you.
Item 14 and 15, we'll give each one of them a certificate or just call the name. How are we going to do that?
Each one of them will get their own resolution, but we'll have only 2 votes. We'll have a middle school vote and a high school vote, and then we will, rather than voting 24 times, but each one of them will get their own resolution. We're inviting all of them to come, Dr. Reynolds, so it'll be a lot of pictures after the meeting, because I'm sure all 24 are going to want to come and get pictures. That will remember that stuff.
We're here.
Item 16 is our delegate to AASB. Yes, sir, please.
We have a delegate, that's a voting delegate, and I am going to nominate, with your indulgence, Dr. Chestnut. She's agreed to serve.
Dr. Richardson.
Dr. Richardson, I'm
For the
sorry, thank you.
delegate. Right.
She's not here to decline, so she automatically gets selected.
She loves it.
She loves it.
She loves
and
it.
it's
I
close to
know,
her.
I know all those good things, and plus she's a great person to represent us. So I will nominate her, and I'm certain somebody will second it, we will select her. She knows that we're gonna do that. And one final thing, it's superintendent evaluation time, and you wanna comment, Mr.?
Yes, sir, thank you. I gave those to Ms. Thorington to mail them out. She agreed to do that since several have had to leave them.
Okay, so you just mail them to us?
And if you could, you send that back to me by Friday, November the 4th, and that'll give me enough time to store everything and give him a heads up and talk to the governor before we get it back to you.
Is it noted on that it's November 4th?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Perfect.
I don't know if we can send them an envelope with postage already on there, so you know.
Postage is going up Monday, so you better. As I understand, we will ask.
I think we can.
The governor can pay the postage. Thank you.
She doesn't have the franking ability like Congress.
Oh, well, she's got money. Any other points of order?
I went through those pretty fast, Doc.
I'm not taking the blame for the fact that meetings last longer.
Let's go.
Dr. Mackey assured Belinda we'd finish by 2. I told her that's not gonna happen. But without objection, we are adjourned.
Jim's outside.
Oh, will you run?
Bye, guys.
Be careful.
Because I